Hi everybody, welcome to the fourth round of Prague International Chess Festival. Today we're gonna see more of this side, we're gonna see the spectators. They are ready and there's no any single empty place to take. So some of them has to stand and observe the games like that. On top of the main tournaments and open tournaments, today we had also the tournament, rapid tournament for the companies, and there was a lot of fun. I'll just move a little bit, maybe we can find someone to chat a little bit. Here we have the players of the future. They always have fun, they like to dance before the games because we have a music, I don't know if it's hearable, but we have a slight music here in the playing venue and it kind of boosts their energy. Today we have a special guest who will make the first ceremonial move, so I'm gonna try to get him. He seems to be a little bit busy. Should I? Lukáš? Hello, sorry. So we have here Lukáš Turley, FIDE Secretary General, who will make the first move. First of all, welcome to the tournament. Can you give us a tip on which board you're gonna make the first move?
Actually, there will be two of us because today in the morning we had the VIP tournament with people from Czech Republic, from many neighboring countries. There was a player from Turkey, wonderful initiative, and the winner of the tournament will also be present for the first move. So I think we'll do white and black, and the choice is the game of David Navarra against Gukesh Domarajo.
Oh, that's a fantastic choice indeed. If I may ask you your opinion about the tournament, as I know this is not your first time you're visiting the Prague Chess Festival, what do you think about the event?
Oh, our relations with the organizers here in Prague, but in general in Czech Republic, are amazing. I appreciate what they are doing from the FIDE perspective. They are one of the most active members, and we are very, very glad to be here to support, to see what is happening, because every year there are new ideas. What I love about this particular tournament is that we have super strong master section with the world champion participating, many fantastic players, but on the other hand we see challengers and the tournament of futures, which is tournament for players under 15 years old. This year, for the second time in a row, it's the females tournament, so girls are playing, and I think this is such an once in a lifetime opportunity to play just next to the world champion, or 2,700 players. So I'm sure that for them and for people from their clubs, it will be a huge motivation to work on chess, and I hope also to do similar events in their home countries.
Oh, that's fantastic. One more thing, if we can just step aside from this, because it gives us a little bit more sound. I don't know if you guys can hear, because we have here a lot of music and really good vibes. Just maybe here is better. This year, Katowice, Poland will host the European Championships, biggest event for European players. If you can give us some insights, because you're the organizer.
Yes, Katowice is one of the most pro chess cities in Europe. Last year's for European Blitz and Rapids, the biggest for 1,400 players in one venue. This year in April we'll host European individual in classical chess. So the tournament with 100,000 prize pool and 20 spots to the World Cup. Already it looks like it will be the tournament with the biggest participation ever in the European individual championships, so we are very glad, and I'm very happy with the team that we managed to build, which is working for this event, and I think this is the event also to follow, and also we are inviting people who don't have this 12 days to participate in the event to come. There will be many side events, there will be a big open tournament, but also two projects that I'm telling everyone about. Is the conference on the chess in education, business and marketing, with many international guests, with translation, so it will not be national conference only, but international in the year of FIDE year of chess in education, and also the corporate tournament. I think this is developing last years very, very rapidly. We have amazing examples of top companies who are organizing the tournaments for their employees. companies, and very often chess is this number one activity in top companies.
Wow, that is a really amazing event. I will be there myself, and hopefully it's going to be amazing. Well, I wish you enjoy here at the Prague, and I think we are just about to start. I can give you one final inside information that Lukáš was a person who actually initiated the idea of me flying with Gukesh by helicopter, which I did not like it at first, but he was pushing for me, and it was a lifetime experience. And Gukesh is, by the way, here. So the games are about to start. I'm gonna go to the studio and see you guys from there.
Hello.
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. První slova já bych řekl wow, když vás zde vidím. Děkuji moc za vaši návštěvu. Je to krásný, určitě hráče to podpoří v jejich bojích a vidíme opět zajímavé partie. Vítám vás tedy u startu 4. kola zde na hlavní stage. Open nám startuje 3. kolem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see so many visitors here. We are surprised. We believe that it will help players to encourage them to play more interesting games. We are about to start the 4th round on the stage and 12th round in the open section.
A opět začneme udělením ceny za včerejší 3. kolo. Ceny za nejlepší partii a tentokrát byla diváky, můžete také hlasovat na našich webových stránkách vždycky. Diváky byla udělena Jordanu Fan for History.
And the prize for the best game of the previous round goes to Jordan Forest. You can also participate in voting. The link is on the website of the festival.
Gratuluji. A první slavnostní tahy dnes provedou vítěz dopoledního VIP KCRO Financial turnaje Martin Hola.
The ceremonial first moves will be done by the winner of today's morning KCRO Rapid Tournament.
A viceprezident Světové šachové organizace FIDE Lukáš Turlej.
And the vice president of FIDE is Lukáš Turlej.
You want the tournament without me?
It's just for you, not for me.
Maybe when the opponent is not here, because okay, so I hope for hard coming.
Now you can play rook a3.
Good luck.
Good luck. Don't play anymore.
Okay, and now, when all formal duties are settled, you can start your clock, please.
Welcome everyone. Yeah, we are here now. Keti has just joined me. Games have started. We had two ceremonials move. Funny A4 and which was replied by E5. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. As always, my dear co-commentator WGM Keti Tsatsalashvili. Keti, with this concept that you are starting our broadcast from the playing hall, we are getting some nice warm-up.
Yeah, I love to be there, and I hope to bring all these emotions, what I can experience that. I really hope for this, but it is such a great thing that the players have a music before the start of the tournament. Some of you might say that yes, but players need to focus and everything. But this music kind of brings really nice touch, and we have the players from future, and they like to dance every single day. They like to dance. They like to make some TikTok videos, and at the moment the arbiter starts the clock, they're so serious. They're getting back in this mode, you know, this fighters mode. So, guys, let us know which part of the tournament you're curious about, where you want me to go tomorrow. I have some ideas. Maybe we can later on change some location and go dive deep in the whole playing venue. We have occupied the whole hotel here, Don Giovanni in Prague. The chess players are everywhere. No matter which room you go, there will be some chess pieces and boards. Earlier today, you played a tournament, a rapid tournament. And as I know, you got a very cool prize, the leather jacket.
Yeah, I'm not in a great mood. You know, our egomaniacs Grandmaster, we always like to be first. So I came second, sharing first. And Martin Holland has got this honor to make a first move. It was at the game Niemann Parham Maksudlu. You could see it now. You can see it now. He is an FMM. Congratulations to him. Working for Grand Thornton, there was a VIP tournament by Roman Cherjulik, who is a big sponsor of one Slovakian club, very active person in chess society, very likable person who played himself that tournament. I played first round against him, second round against another ceremonial first move person.
Wow.
Yeah, Lukas Turley, FIDE Secretary General.
all of you were there.
It was a great mix of business with representatives of sponsors. I believe that you recall them. Karl Janicek from the opening ceremony, one of the biggest sponsors. We actually read about him a bit. Also, there was Mr. Svoboda, who is a CEO and founder of Check-in Hotels, another sponsor. I love this concept that the winner gets this chance to make a first move. We shared first spot, 6th out of 7. I lost against him. He offered a draw, but I wanted to make some fun.
Yeah, why not?
So I sacrificed, and it was a funny situation. I made the move on last second. It was with Ikruem, but I was not knocking pieces, but I was not happy they were not adjusted, and I resigned. I didn't want that someone says that, you see, he's like making not illegal moves, but he's not doing a fair play. So I was already worse, but we were on last seconds. But congratulations to my opponent. He just made 2 draws, winning all the other games. It was something like 30-40 people playing at this main hall. And yeah, nice chance for business, for networking, and it was a lovely atmosphere. I believe that you will check videos, photos at the tournament website. So that was a busy morning. We see another player, distinguished guest who was playing this tournament. This is Ivan Sirovi. He is chairman, if I'm not mistaken, of Arbiters Commission, FIDE, very known chief arbiter, many events, also quite a likable person. I was working with him at the European Individual Championship 2025 in Romania. And he came also for this VIP tournament. We mentioned Ozgur Solokoglu from FIDE. So quite a nice crowd. And today we have a very interesting round. Now I would predict many decisive games.
Yeah.
And a crucial
feels
one,
like, yeah?
Crucial one is Gukesh versus Navara, because I believe that Gukesh will go all in. He must try to win this game, but David Navara is capable of counter-attacking. So this will be super, super interesting game to follow. And once again, E4.
E4, Gukesh tries a second time in this tournament, and he wants to do his best to get something out of it. David Navara is one of the 4 participants who is leading the tournament with 2 points out of 3. Abdusattorov, Yakuboev, Navara, and Van Forest. After the beautiful win yesterday, he joins now the leader. David Navara is the player who has not missed any single practice festival. Here we have the standing after 3 rounds. Hans Niemann, Gukesh, Parham, and Vincent Kmar. Those are big names you would probably not predict to have 1 point after 3 rounds, but this is just the beginning, and sometimes players need to warm up a little bit, and the most important is to keep going and not to give up, right?
Just to mention that 3 out of 4 of those players, they're white today, and they will try to push as much as possible, because when you are struggling, you know that you desperately need a win, and with the white pieces, of course, it's much more expected. I would love to mention one thing, that Aravind has switched to Sicilian.
Oh, very good. I love that.
No, I'm joking. Another Philidor defense,
No.
3rd time in a row. This is crazy and remarkable, and
No.
yeah, big kudos for him, because it's like, guys, I will come to the tournament. I prepared sort of passive or dubious opening. I will repeat it all the time. So yeah, show me what you have.
Well, I got really excited. I don't know. I really love Sicilian. It's always very exciting. But I also love this story that he's playing all these games, the same opening. His explanation in our interview, he said that he kind of bluffed. And he thought that Niemann would not expect him to repeat the opening. He thought that Niemann would expect something else, because the previous game did not went on his way. And as I also heard from the interview, then he was not very satisfied by his decision, that he only bluffed. My strong opinion about his choice is that he worked on this opening, and he wants to just keep it going and just improve the variations.
No, this is really awesome, because actually yesterday he sort of offered with the white pieces against Parham similar thing, d, and then you can take and exchange the queen. So obviously he is ready to play that position. Now I feel worried. I don't know, is there any handball? Was there any handball match last night or today? Because Petar Leko really needed to work over the night, because of course Philidor was his main target, and now you could see that h3 was just played as a complete sideline instead of bishop c4. I think this is patent from Petar's laboratory. h3, interesting stuff. He wants to go g4, I believe, but without sacking a pawn, which is known as a possible sharp line, but black can accept the favor, take the pawn, and h3 is sort of sideline where you don't sack a pawn, you waste a tempo, but you're getting, like rook g1, you're getting that g4 stuff. It's not so simple. As I said, you need to work over the night to provide your student, fellow player, to provide him some file. And it's not so simple to come up with something.
Seems like they did a great job. As we can see that Vincent Keimer has been played his next moves rather fast. He has almost 10 minutes advantage already on the clock, and he shows clearly that this is his preparation, and he was ready of Aravind's opening.
Yeah, just to explain to the viewers why I mentioned handball, because Leko is a huge fan of handball. He knows all the players, all Croatian players. I think by heart he would name like 15 players, full lineup of Croatian team, not just Hungarian team. And I recall in Vajkan Z last year, first he said, "I congratulate your win," and it was a fabulous game. So he knows everything, and really, really a big fan. He was also playing football, so big greetings to Peter Leko. You will see him at candidates. Oh, no? Is he working with candidates? No. Svidler is and Gustafsson this year. I don't know. I like to follow his comments, and
Oh, he's amazing.
very,
He's
very
amazing
likable person
yes.
as well. And only few moves away from world champion title. So G4 was played. Bishop E3, Queen D2, Castle will be played. So let's check other games. So let's go to Jakuboev versus Jordan van Forest. Bishop F4, Queen's Gambit. Bishop F4 is a trendy line, and David Anton playing this famous line which was tested in Topalov's games. Dreyev was playing this so often that it was like crazy amount of games. He devoted half of his life to this Slav, semi-Slav stuff. Aronian Levon was playing it with white, many famous games. Now there are like ideas with A3, B4, B3, A3, so much stuff. Actually, it's a bit sideline, because here black usually plays either bishop B7, bishop D6, and A6, but B6, B4 is the most concrete.
Well, the idea here for black is to push pawn c5 and to try to trade the center and also give some space for the light square bishop, and that can happen several ways, right? After b4, here white usually goes knight to b1 or knight to e4 as well, right? With the idea to get on
Knight
d2.
e4 is the main move,
c4.
but it's possible even to go to a4, even to e2. But knight e4 is the main move here. And then you have stuff, for example, here after bishop b7, sometimes black can even go bishop d6 and f5, which was played by Grishchuk several times. Interesting game. Gukesh is playing e4. Yesterday, his idea, he was postponing this Chigorin stuff. He was postponing castle with the idea if Jordan went for h3, that he might go h6, g5. He's postponing h3. Here we will see, it's a mix of Joko Piano and Rui Lopez. Aravind, we have mentioned, a4 to stop c6, b5. This shows that white will maybe stay with the king in the center, or probably go to short castle, because in other way people play after b5 a3 and castle long. And we have Niemann versus Maxodlu, where we have this Caro-Kann with c5, quite a trendy line. Croatian GM Robert Zelčić has played like 30 games, maybe even more. He's an expert only playing that line with the black pieces, no bishop f5. Okay, this is also well known, some mix of French defense. It resembles a bit Winawer. So, very interesting.
Very interesting day indeed. Quite a energetic start of a day. We also have challengers tournament with a lot of top players there, and we're gonna also be focusing on that. What would be the choice of your game today? Which game do you think has the perspective to be very much enjoyable for us?
I think at the moment we should stay with masters, because I'm not getting moves from challengers. So let's stay with masters. We can give you full screen if you wish to check those beautiful cameras. We have so many angles, and we will try to prepare.
Well,
the moves.
we also have a lot of spectators. We mentioned about that earlier. You can see that all the chairs are taken, and some of the spectators are even standing. it's not that the playing venue is small. It's just too many people are there.
Yeah, quite a cool place to be. I don't know, I'm trying to recall how was in former times. Okay, there were some tournaments where you could play, but I don't recall open tournaments plus round robin. Okay, maybe Bill. Okay, Wyke was also.
Look at the playing venue. Such a
Yeah.
so crowded.
And today is Saturday,
wow.
which means that
A lot of people are
yeah,
visiting.
a lot of people are ready to come. The thing is, sometimes you would love to get people, but you don't want to get all the people, because if I don't know 500, 1,000 people come, and then it's not so great. So you are doing this. I know, because you're not selling tickets.
You're
usually.
not selling to usually
Low profile marketing.
These days it became very popular to also like sell the tickets, but in this tournament it is free, and they are attracting a lot of people in Prague, around Prague. Myself, I was traveling from Poland to visit this tournament because I like to see the players in action. So quite nice. I like this fun day with a lot of spectators. But on the other side, it is quite festive on the one side, and on the other side, you can feel the tension. You can feel how players are focused, and for these players, basically, they are just locked in. They can only see their pieces and their boards, and nothing else. It's also very important the spectators to be quiet, so they don't bother the players as well. So yeah, such a nice day. I like to see all of this happening, and we also have so many side events that everyone can get engaged.
Yeah, it's hard to say what's a side event here, because everything looks appealing, everything looks great. But yeah.
That's true, but what is very important, we do have the current world champion, Gukesh Domaraju. Right now we can see him in a gray suit. Fans are lined up for the signatures, mainly for him, but they are also waiting for Vincent. Maybe at some point we can also get that moment when the players are arriving at the venue. They are quite open to give this signature, a photo, usually to take a photo even before the tournament and after the tournament, no matter the results. So yeah, everyone goes easy, because like I've been worked with these players at the FIDE events. They would not make the photo with the spectators at the beginning of their games. They like it to do after, but here it's totally different.
Yeah, Keimer is happy.
What's up?
Keimer is happy, and Jordan van Forest is also walking. So you can read usually by the stage what's going on in the games, even if you don't know the positions.
Yeah, there are some players who just love to walk, like Anish Giri is a known player who just likes to walk and also observe the other games, but there are some players who just like to focus on their ones.
You just mentioned this strolling around, and how about that we check your stroll around the city?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, let's see that. I'm curious.
Here we are in the heart of Prague, Old Town, the place where you can visit while you are here for the Prague Chess Festival. This city is one of the beautiful cities in Europe and also historical place. Today I'm joined by Thomas, who will show us around. Thomas, please tell us where we are and what is this place.
As you can see around, this is the main square. It's called Old Town Square, and we have oldest astronomical clock in the world. It's 600 years old, and it counts time the old way. So you count time only from morning to evening. That's a little bit difficult, so that's why a lot of people want to know the reason for that. And as you can see, it also has a few statues on it, and they make interesting show every hour.
And here we are at the location where the first unofficial chess Olympiad happened in 1931. Thomas, could you please tell us a little bit about the building, the history, and what is happening today?
The building was always used as a place for culture, so it was natural they made this chess championship. As you can see, now they have a premiere of some new series. It's used as a ballroom, they have cinema, they have cafes, so it's been always a place for culture in Prague.
For the Prague Chess Festival, it is so important to have Gukesh Domoraju as a current world champion coming at the tournament and playing it, because it has been 95 years when actually Prague has been visited by the current world champion, and that was Alehin at the time in 1931 during the first of Olympiad.
Yes. It's interesting to be in this place, to see it after 95 years. It's still the same, actually. So the tradition is still here. And the building looks the same.
And here we are at the location where the first unofficial chess Olympiad has happened in 1931, and this is the building. So here we are in the old town, and we have this market. Is this market every day or some certain days during the week?
This is interesting. It's everyday market. Now it's only for souvenirs, but it has 800 years tradition. So always here was a market where people were buying food, drinks, fruits. Now it's mainly for tourism, but as you can see, still it works.
During the chess tournaments, we usually don't have that much of time to see the sightseeing. We have few hours, maybe one day when we have rest. How compact is the city if they have only few hours? Can they just move around?
It's possible. It's possible. Mainly the old town. It's highly walkable. You can walk the whole old town within 20 minutes. That's the highlight. And then we have all this bridge, Charles. So basically you cross it to the other side. There's Prague Castle. That's the biggest castle on the planet. And later on, you can go this way. That's Wenceslas Square, the biggest square. And the hotel, it's to the right. That's the area where, by the way, there are cemeteries. One of the people buried there is Franz Kafka.
This is such a beautiful place, and we also have a lovely weather to enjoy walking. Can you please tell us what we have here?
So this is Charles Bridge. It's one of oldest preserved bridges in Europe. It's 700 years old. And if you look to the right, on the top of the hill, we have Prague Castle. That's the biggest castle on the planet. It has a cathedral and all of the palaces which served for the king originally. And this is our river, Vltava. It goes to North Sea.
So here's Charles Bridge, or Carl's Bridge as locals would call, and this is quite unusual start of the bridge, right? We have this huge building. What is it?
It's actually gate to the city. The whole city where we are now had a wall and 15 gigantic gates like this one. Most of them were demolished, and one stayed here. It was used to declare things, you know, pay customs. So basically it was the entering gate to the city. Usually the bridge is full of tourists.
Yes.
I was here, usually when I guide around Christmas, that's the sort of peak of the tourist season. It's so crowded, it looks like rush hour at a train station in the morning.
Wow.
There will be 7 other people here.
This is a location that I had no idea it was in Prague. I thought it was somewhere else, but thanks to you, we know now it is in Prague. And basically this is the shortest street, and to cross it you need to look at the traffic light and follow the green light, which I'm gonna do it. It is really small. And this is our final destination. We have to end this tour with local food that locals love to eat and tourists love to eat. Thomas, we came here in this area and we need your help to tell us what is local, what people likes to eat.
So as you can see, the most common here is the sausage. You have all variations. And then some types of meat, usually fried or roasted. So you can see Czech people are actually meat lovers. That's a common thing.
And the potatoes, I see a lot of potatoes.
It's potatoes with a little bit of onions and some vegetables on it.
Nice.
And maybe we can see on some other, it's a famous dish. It's potato gnocchi with sheep cheese and bacon. We call it halušky.
We have also touched the point of beer, because this is so iconic, the Czech beer. And besides that, what is other drink that is popular here?
Really popular during winter times when it's cold. As you can see here, it's hot wine. Different types of wine with different flavors. They add some spices, sugar. You can see like a cherry honey wine or blueberry honey wine. They have also non-alcoholic versions, so everybody can drink that. And if we go a little bit further, you can see some new additions to Czech food, like this one.
I really like it. It's sweet.
It's chimney cake. Originally it was sold plain, but now they're adding different toppings to it. It has cinnamon, almonds, vanilla, so it's
Ice cream.
yeah, ice cream inside.
Yeah, I really love this one. This is everything you can see while you're visiting Prague Chess Festival. Hopefully we're gonna see you here. And Thomas, could you please tell us some Czech words to finalize this video?
So in Czech I would say thank you for watching us, takže děkujeme, že jste se na vás dívali a doufáme, že se vám Praha bude líbit. So we hope that you would enjoy the city.
Thank you.
Keti, I couldn't resist to see this video. It was awesome.
Oh, thank you so much.
I
I
loved
enjoyed
it.
so much to do that. We went early morning. It was foggy Prague. We could not see anything, but seems like it's sometimes foggy, but then also gets very sunny. And Prague is such a beautiful historical city. You can just get lost anywhere in the town, and it's anyway beautiful. And to my surprise, I knew that this narrow street exists where you have to wait for the light to enter. But I had no idea it was in Prague, so that was also quite nice. And big thanks to Petr, the organizer of the tournament, who had this brilliant idea to introduce Thomas to us. Thomas was our guide, and he told all the amazing stories about the town. So that was really, really good a day.
Yeah. Also, we have good day ahead of us since
On the chessboard,
yes,
right?
it's
Yeah.
a mess already in Keimer versus Aravind, since after a4 castle, queen d2, d5 was played. So that means that here after queen d2, maybe anyway Vincent was getting ready to castle long. d5 was played not to wait for the attack of opponent. ed, e4, and now a huge mess, sacking.
Wow. This is better than
Yeah.
Sicilian, to be honest. I love
Sacking
this.
a pawn, but stopping this one-sided play, although Aravind is checking and rechecking, while Vincent now is trying to navigate through
Alojzije?
his analysis.
You know what I'm thinking in this position? Somewhere, if white is planning to sack the bishop on h6, and instead of taking it back by queen, like let's say bishop h6, pawn takes h6, and then to push g5, and to also bring the rook into the game. If you take, then I bring queen
Yeah,
there.
queen d3, bishop d3 will come, rook
Bishop
d1.
d3, yes. This is some sort of idea that obviously has to be built up because white's king is also in the center. Something like bishop to d3 first to prepare this sacrifice, long castle maybe, or king to f1. I would be really worried for this sacrifice.
Yeah, small details, small nuances are sometimes deciding the plans. Instead of pawn being on h6, on h7 would completely stop all those motives you have just mentioned. Yeah, we will see. Will white now? White would love to have this pawn on a2, since yeah, castles is invite some tactics. Also bishop b4 is the idea which white needs to consider. A big mess. While in other games, in Gukesh versus Navara, the game is quite classical. It's not so simple to give any opinion. It's now more about avoiding stuff than to creating a mess. And in Yakuboyev versus Fun Forest, this is also typical thing. Usually black plays c6, pushes a5, and then trying to exchange the slice squares bishop. And no signal from the venue. Hopefully this will be changed. This is really old school, this. Yeah.
Do you think?
No, this old school sign of no signal. Immediately reminds me of my childhood. we have had some situations with no signal quite often. Queen b8 was just played here. Okay, this is very theoretical.
I just wanted to be even more brutal and I stopped myself. We had situation of not having electricity at all, so the old bad times.
Yeah, but now it's not about not having electricity. Now it's about not having a signal or not having Wi-Fi. This is like end of the world. It's not about electricity. Our time it was about electricity. Now, okay, I have electricity, but I don't have Wi-Fi, or I cannot have a hotspot. So what do I do in my life?
True.
To be offline, I think now it's the worst course. Okay, I believe that now we have challengers, so let's check the games. Yes. So, Divya versus Finek. How about this line? This was known by Giri. The idea is, I was explaining this many times and I will repeat once again. So, after 4 knights, you can go d4, ed, knight d, but then this bishop b4, unless like Aronian versus Kramnik, you play this bishop c5, which was played in Switzerland, their match. Bishop b4, and this is quite dry. So some players, they started to play sidelines with bishop b5, where black can sack a pawn, knight d4, viable alternative, black can copy paste, but also there is this bishop d6 move with the point of, if you take my knight, I will anyway open my bishop, and sometimes I need to hold my bishop here for a moment, being able to execute this stuff, knight f6, knight d7, knight f8. And if you don't take the bishop, I will go, for example, castle. I have an option to play rook e8 and play bishop f8, or I can go knight e7, which is now
The
a
pawn is
possibility.
guarded.
So this is a concept. And then people suddenly started also to think which kind of useful move you can play. For example, there is Scotch defense. Here, after queen h4, best move is knight b5. Queen e4, bishop e2. This is how theory goes. And there were players like, okay, let's play a3. If he now plays d5, no, sorry, it was in, was it? No, it was in this line. So e5, knight c3, knight f6, I go a3. a3, if you push d5, I take knight d5, and then I go bishop, queen h5. And there is no knight b4 move, which is the best move in opposite position. So they started to play with that. Let's have a tempo and then play some position which is the same or similar. That's how a3 was born, h3, and then this h3, bishop b4, and then again bishop d3. Now I'm playing this line with the tempo up. So not much, but at least it's a game. And Anish Giri has played it, and many people. So here h3 was played, and hang on, the follow-up was d5, bishop b5, which was, now we are in 4 knights with an extra tempo. So white is black now, bc, main move, and d4. Yes. Same position, usually with opposite reverse colors, but black has this, at least white has this extra move. Queen f6 playing the same thing, and maybe bishop b2 is a first sideline. Quite an interesting approach. You want to add something, Keti? Do you see anything?
Not really. I was just thinking about the current situation we have with black pieces. Finek is the sole leader of the tournament, and on the other side, Divya Deshmukh, who is not having the best tournament, let's say, and maybe not even worse, because like there has been only three rounds. She has made 2 draws and lost yesterday against Jenner, but very soon she has the candidates tournament, right? If we can talk about the candidates tournament is very important for her. She needs to show her best there, and this is the only way you can challenge the world champion by winning the candidates tournament, right? So, what is your take? Having not the best tournament and then you have to play at the candidates, does that somehow affects your mood, your confidence, or this is a very good thing anyway because you're training before the important tournament?
It's really hard question. The thing is, people tend to overestimate that players or coaches or seconds, that they have control over the shape, you know. Okay, let's actually plan our best shape of my player at candidates. And it's I'm actually not sure that you can do it like maybe in other sports, in football or somewhere where you can like work a lot without the ball, which means that you will get some physical shape and stamina, and then you will add slowly. I think in other sports you can control it a little bit more, because there are some coaches saying we will be best in November because we had preparations like whole summer, and after 2-3 months then we will play our best football. I think in chess it's quite hard, and I recall my career, I was sort of trying to control the thing. This is not so important tournament for me, and that one is, and usually it just is backfired.
That's such an important point that actually we don't very often touch, that for chess players to improve yourself, to get more knowledge, you need to compete
Yeah,
at the high level.
exactly.
And that's also the process of sometimes losing the games, not being in a best shape. No one can be always in a best shape. While in the other sports, you just do double job, like work out, and you can already have some expectations.
Yeah, also the thing is, okay, maybe you can press a little bit harder in some other, like some matches in tennis and so, but you cannot keep things in storage. That doesn't exist in other sports.
Yeah.
Like football, okay, I'm not using this novelty. No, you play your best, or you can a little bit be more motivated, but
Yes.
it's not about using your weapons. In chess, you can actually go all in with your main repertoire, but also you can play some sidelines, which means that you will play without advantage, like maybe Divya is doing now. And when you're playing games without a fight for an advantage, then of course it's very hard to outplay your opponent. So I would say that sometimes people tend to overestimate this. At candidates, I will play my best chess. No, you can try, but like playing bad here, that means that you will save energy for candidates. Don't believe so.
No.
Playing fabulously here, that this is a guarantee that you will play well in candidates. Not really. So I would say that maybe you can get over the tournament easier if it's not the main one. So you just forget it and move on. Let's say that candidates might hurt you more and affect your next tournaments
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
little
that's
bit
true.
more. I know that some players were suffering, and Vidit was actually mentioning this as a curse of candidates, that like players who are surprisingly, a little bit surprisingly, qualifying, I don't know, like Abbasov, maybe
Yeah.
someone else, that it's not actually so motivated afterwards when you realize that it was your sort of maximum and what's next. Okay, let's check the games. Let's see how Hrbek is doing versus Ganguly.
That's what I'm doing. I'm always keeping this as my goal. So I'm always in a shape, like this is my
Very good.
my goal. And not achieving it always gives you some push.
Yeah, let's get to Hrbek versus Ganguly. Let's bring the board back. Since there we have this g5 move, which is a cool one. Again, some slow opening. White is not counting on advantage. We have this stuff, which is reverse King's Indian, reverse Benoni, call it as you wish, but black is perfectly fine. And now this e5. Of course, there is well-known way how to attack in those positions. For example, h4, let's say like this, and then you have this Bobby Fischer way of attacking, which is, I don't know, I'm making some random move. Usually first test in this King's Indian attack is either you will allow h6 or you push h6 yourself. From my point of view, usually is better to push h6 yourself, but then it's quite annoying to live with this Damocles sword, this sacrifice on h6. So I don't know, like this is typical, and then white creates some
Yeah.
attacking
Yeah.
possibilities. So black doesn't want to allow it. That's why this g5 came, which is an interesting concept. I believe that one person would be very, very happy with this move. That would be Alexander Morozevich. g5 was his favorite in Slav defense. Actually, he invented this line of g5, knight e5, a4, bishop f4, f5 stuff, and also in French defense, this was his favorite way to push g5, f6, g5. So this is something which
Yeah.
he liked a lot.
I like to see G5, and I like how Ganguly always has in every game. It can go either way, but he always has something very interesting prepared for his opponents. In this type of positions, I have had experience where I castled on the short side, and the way how you demonstrate it, this is actually quite powerful way to attack the black's king, and sometimes you're just hopeless in that position. But to control yourself, the king side is much better than just to castle. And look at this, Ganguly even goes now h5, next move. If the opponent allows, do you think he will also push further the g4 and start to attack on the h file?
Yeah, g4 is coming, but white will now try to do something on the other wing. Sometimes b4 comes, so you're playing on this side. I will start bothering you on the other wing. By the way, Stepan is quite a tall player. If I'm not mistaken, maybe some viewers could help me, but he's almost 2 meters or something like that. Did you have this feeling? Like I'm tall, almost
No.
2 meters. No?
No.
I had that feeling that he's very
He's
tall.
taller than you?
No, I don't know, but he looks quite a tall player.
I have to be honest. I've never seen him walking. I have seen today him like very focused, and I was thinking that he's trying to lock in. He came early today, and trying to just focus on his game with their hands on the hat.
Yeah, sometimes in chess it's not easy to recognize who is tall and who is not, because players are seated. So let's switch to another game. Let's switch how another Czech player who is in great shape, Joachim Nemec, is doing. This is quite a normal line. Black is threatening to push c4. White can go for IQP, but yeah, we will see what will he do. And how about this one? Sicilian. Knight c3, knight f6, d4, okay. Queen d4 stuff these days super popular. Players are just hoping to go to queen d2, b3, bishop b2. Actually, this stuff with b3 and bishop b2, but not so early, was one of the favorite way of playing of Gyula Saks. He was around top 10 in 80s, very strong player. Him, Ribley, they were playing really good chess. Ribley was a little bit different, playing d4 stuff, while Gyula Saks was playing this e4 stuff. And in the Judith Polgar's documentary, there was one Hungarian championship, and she's playing, and first round she wins, I think, with the black pieces versus Gyula Saks. I saw him many times playing. He would have taken on d4, and then at some stage move the knight and go b3, bishop b2. And actually this setup of b3, bishop b2 makes this king in a long castle very hard to break. So basically here the point is that white is ready to go to d2, and then Magnus was playing this stuff, for example, knight c6, and then he just moves to d2 and play b3, bishop b2, and castles long. Okay, here we have a little bit different approach. Bishop went to e3. So it's hard to explain, because we were all taught that you shouldn't come out with your queen so early, but here it's about going to castle as soon as possible. Castles, and now a lot of e5 stuff can happen. But hang on, is this already a dubious? What's the advantage? Keti, please help me so that I can understand how big is the advantage of white, because I cannot guess here.
So it is +2.
+2.
Yeah.
Okay, some knight b5 probably or something.
+2 with only knight b5 move.
Yeah, but that means, let's go with the camera to
It's a blunder.
to
sort of?
Gledura versus Biera. It seems that he just completely misplayed it. There was a famous Global Chess League game
Yes.
when I think that Murzin was playing with the white pieces. You were there in
Yeah.
London. I was also paying a visit. Murzin versus Biere, and knight b5 was missed. It was a rapid game, totally winning for white. So once again, knight b5. And now, because of your interview, Keti, Jonas is not staring at his opponent because you forbidden him to do so. Now he's aware of that.
He's not looking, that's true, but no, guys, not because of me, for sure. I asked him if he noticed that, if he noticed that he's looking his opponent, or what is the purpose of if he's getting some information, and he said that he's actually getting some information when he makes the move. He wants to see the reaction of his opponent, but he had no idea about it before some time ago when his friends told him. And he said, I don't know, I have not seen it. So
Okay, Misha Tal was very well known that he was staring to opponents at some point. Also Zurab Azmiparashvili is your president. Sometimes he would make a strong look after a good move. So it's not, I would say, about disturbing the opponents. It's about some, I would say, imposing some pressure, fight, showing that you are fighting, and including also maybe this part to your game.
Nowadays, a person that comes to my mind that has very strong look is Alexandra Garechkina. That's a laser look she is giving you. Let's just try to understand what is happening, because right now Benjamin is for sure going through to this line, and knight to d5 is the move he is looking at. After calculation of this move, if he would not find anything interesting, then he will for sure just take the pawn on e5. But knight to b5, for the Sicilian player, this is a first candidate move. We don't really need to do much of the calculation to go for it. Can we please bring up the chessboard and see what we might have?
Yeah, so knight b5, and just to conclude our topic regarding taking a look after each move, there was a famous tournament in Austria, and my former coach, he has passed away. Actually, he was born at the same year as Jan Timan. They were generation, like Bohemians. And there was one player, one Grandmaster, I don't recall which one, who was doing that, staring after each move. And then my coach was not actually preparing for the game. He was sort of preparing how to react. And then in the end, he has found a cure after which that guy stopped. He winked at the guy. So at some point he winked, and after that guy stopped. Because he was
seriously during the chess game.
Yeah, during the chess game, the guy was looking, and then he winked, and this is how they stopped. So, yeah, there are some small, actually.
Winky. Oh, that's so funny. That is really funny.
So
Grandmasters winking.
Yeah, can you believe that you are a guest, coming as a guest, and suddenly you see two Grandmasters winking at each other? So knight b5.
Knight b5 is on the board.
Kudos for Benjamin. Once again, check that game.
Nice.
Murzin versus Biere, Global Chess League, London 2024,
yes. After pawn takes, if you don't take this knight, I want to play knight c7, obviously, to win the exchange. Or checkmate the king, actually.
This is a checkmate, so you need to put something in between. Let's say, I don't know.
If you take knight takes d7, then I take knight d5. I will bring one more piece into the attack. You don't have a defense here, and I'm winning a piece. Because rook a7 is not possible. Bishop from e3 controls that diagonal. If you take with the bishop, I would consider to sacrifice an exchange there. What do you think?
Take with the bishop? Yeah, this...
Take the rook takes, knight takes, and then to bring rook to d1 or knight d5, some sort of move like that.
Probably rook d1.
And David Navarra observing the game. Of course, when it's something happening, there should be party of the viewers.
Yeah, it's very tough in chess. as I said, you forgot your analysis, mix it up, and suddenly you're dead lost. Knight b5. Currently, the move of the round.
Yeah, so far.
Very nice touch by Benjamin, and actually now it's about how to stay in the game. As I mentioned, less than +2, you can maybe work it out. Like Gukesh almost got into a drawing position, but more than +2, it's really tough to come out with something.
Yeah, wow, this is not a dream scenario for any chess player or any grandmaster to have lost position after 1 hour of the start of a day. That happens, even though I'm sure Jonas Bere has played this opening often. Once in a while, we always blunder this pawn here on b5. This is part of being a Sicilian player. You have to do, but the most important question is, when you blunder one pawn, are you lost or you're just pawn down? Very often when you're blundering a pawn, the game can be over shortly after that.
There is one positive thing for Jonas in this game, in this position, is that this have happened to everyone.
Yes.
And it
Will happen, yes.
Yeah. So I know sometimes you think that it's end of the world, but it's so easy to mix it up. And yeah, big kudos for Benjamin to picking up this line. Went perfectly. So this is a checkmate, so bishop d7 will be played as you mentioned, and then rook d7 is necessary, and Jonas is facing serious problems, at least to make the game goes on. It will be very tough for him.
I wanted to ask to our viewers what is their thought about Judith's Netflix show. Earlier we touched that. You guys let us know in the comment what is your review, if you have watched this series, and if you found it interesting. We are trying to catch up you on the chat, but please keep in mind that there's 15 minutes delay because of the fair play measurements at the tournament. So we will see your answers and comments a bit later on. So carry on with that. This is the rule that we have, but we're trying to keep the eye on the comments. On top of that, we encourage you to go and vote for the best game after the end of the round, because you can help one of the players to get the recognition, extra recognition after a beautiful game. There's a website, Prague Chess Festival, and every day there's a possibility to vote for the beautiful game, and the player will be awarded next day.
Yeah, I think it's very important that you are active. This is what everyone likes here from the organizer's point of view. So we are happy if you get engaged to our content. Speaking about content, here we have Greenfeld, bishop b5, knight c6, which at some point became like the most drawish line, or let's call it this way, let's put it this way. If you want to make a draw and you are an IM who is playing a 26 plus GM, you go for this line. It's not like real killer of the game, but this is the most narrowest one, where you can go to this position, take on c6, play this bishop e3, and then there is this stuff with bishop g4, cd, bishop g4. You take on c6 at some point, and it's known that it leads to massive liquidations. This queen c2, it's a sideline, but it's also a viable option, and it seems that it took Jiner off guard since she's spending
Quite some time.
yeah to take on e5 or not. Probably bishop e5 is a little bit risky, so she can maybe go somewhere back, or maybe even to go to, is it possible to go e6? Nice e6 probably is bad for black, so maybe there is no simple solution. Probably taking on e5. What else?
Seems like you have to do that. Or you can also play h5, but this kind of delays
Yeah,
your bishop move. 'cause
inevitably.
White
H3.
can anyway play h3 and force you to do that. But also on top of that, you can always consider the
Queen
trade.
d4.
Bishop b2. It's the
Hang on, but now I have bishop b6. Is this a line? Maybe this is a line. Yeah, what's now? If I take on g4, you're taking on b2. This is wrong. I can go knight c4, but you also move the queen, so I don't see anything great here. She took on e5. Okay. As I mentioned, a viable option, but a bit risky.
Oh, he's about to make a move,
Yeah, he'll take.
and he took.
Queen a5. Yeah, I don't know, bishop h6 or even some f4 or f3, f4. I don't know, f4, f3. These all are moves here. Bishop h6. Plenty of moves. In the meantime, we have a drastic change in this game, since no, not a drastic change. I thought that something has happened, but two bishops are still on the board. Black seems to be doing fine. Benjamin took on d7, while Ganguly went all in and opened the h file. Let's go to masters. Let's check what's going on there, because now we have huge mess in Keimer versus Aravind. g5
He played g5.
has been played instead of sacrificing, and now Aravind needs to deal with it. It doesn't look great, but still it's not a checkmate. If I move the knight and you take on s6, I can go g6 and the game goes on. Gukesh has defined his structure, isolated queen pawn, but black is also fine. It looks perfectly sound for black, so to me, okay, bishop g6 is sound, but two bishops, maybe a5, a6 is the only way to keep the pressure.
It's interesting because we see David Navara walk in a lot today, but he's short on time. I had an impression that he has also timing advantage against Gukesh, but it was not the case, and very likely the clocks are accurate at this point. Back to this game, Vincent 1 hour against Aravins 1 hour and 8 minutes. They have more or less equal time now, but at the beginning, remember, Vincent had 20 minutes more, 10 minutes more than 20, and he was increasing this time pressure. But at some point, he started to think, and this is very often the indication that the player is out of the book. Pawn takes g5. I thought he would take this pawn right away, but he's taking time. Do you think he's considering some moves like bishop d3 and then to castle and bring the rook on g1, or why he's taking some time here for this kind of
I
obvious
think
move?
he's just rechecking after bishop g5 was the point, because there is knight d5 move. Maybe this is what he's checking now. I spotted it, and you are exchanging some pieces. If this happens, then maybe Arvind can be happy with the opening outcome. If white can keep the pieces, then I would say that this is Vincent's position. He likes to play those, and maybe now he's a little bit unhappy, because when you push g5, is there any option than taking on g5, as you mentioned? If you push g5, you would have expected that bishop g5 is coming. Now I think that he's unhappy that it seems maybe this knight d5 is something which bothers him. The bishop g5, knight d5.
He has options. He can play castle, he can play bishop d3, and I agree that knight d5 can be something that he's considering, but he has good time, time for that. How about we take now a break, our first break, and by the time we're back, we'll have a move on Vincent's board and also other games as well. And we're going to have hopefully a lot of excitement today. We already have quite a lot of fun in the challengers, and hopefully we're going to have also some heat-up situation in the masters as well. Guys, we're taking our first break and we'll be back shortly.
vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Prague International Chess Festival, and we are into round 4. At this event, we do have superstars like current world champion Gukesh Domoraju, Vincent Gamer that we have on the screen, Divya Deshmukh, and many more local hero David Navara. And it has been fantastic days for other three chess-wise. It was very interesting, and today is even more exciting because Alojzije, what is our prediction? How many decisive results at least we're gonna have?
Yeah, good question. I believe that we might have 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yeah, I would say 2. Maybe 3 would be a little bit more optimistic because it's very hard to win, you know, on this level, since players are, even if they get into some super sharp position, they're so strong that they can navigate. We can recall yesterday's game of Gukesh versus Jordan van Foreest, sort of winning position, but he managed to activate, even with not much material, to activate his king, and Jordan was facing some problems to convert winning advantage. I'm thinking about checking other games, for example Jakuboyev versus Van Foreest. We haven't checked this for a while. This was known c5 opening. After knight d7 in this queen's gambit, some players were not happy with it and they started to play a3 stuff, queen c2 to avoid this knight d7. Since it's kind of killing the line, although these days is this c5, dc, bishop c5, knight c2, queen c2, knight c6, a3, queen a5, bishop e2 or rook d1. Now you have these lines with rook e8 and then e5, knight d4 stuff, which is very popular. You could see it even in the speedchess.com final, where Magnus was playing it against Alireza, if I'm not mistaken. So here knight d7 and now a3 c5 is typical thing. This is the main line known from Kramnik games, isolating pawn, not getting much cd, knight d, knight d, ed, this stuff. I was playing it with the white pieces and I was not happy with this dry position. That's why c5 is the main move, but then black can either play c6, b6 or this knight h5, which is known, and the idea is to go this bishop a6, but b5 is always a possible option, also known from Topalov's games. Knight c6, pawn sack, and then came this knight b4. So white needs to do something, but for example, if I go queen e2, is there any other move than going back? Probably knight c6 is necessary, and white can repeat or play something else. Do we have a move?
We have a move.
Yeah, this queen e2, as I mentioned, and Jordan
played knight to c6. This is
back.
kind of
silence,
silence, draw offer.
Inviting his opponent to go for the perpetual. Regarding Anton versus Abdusattorov, black has managed to play c5, your move Keti, but that would be a bigger achievement if the pawn had stayed on b5 instead of b4, since knight c4 is always an interesting square. Fine for black, fine for white. Not much to say. Regarding Gukesh Navara, yeah, this a6 was actually allowed So maybe the position was not so good, although here instead of bishop d7, I don't know, maybe something with bishop c7 and a to conquer counterattack this space.
They
Yeah.
they have played few more moves, and look at Kokash been walking so much. He played a6 and he started to walk. After that, almost like since we have taken the break, that's not very often happening that he's walking. He usually just remains at the board. Or earlier we were talking that there's this door there in the playing venue, and they have this refreshment area there, and they're going to that side. I kind of like here White's chances. I like this a6 pawn push. I like to weaken the pawn structure. If Black takes here, it probably should take or push b6. Then if takes the knight b3, knight e5, knight c5 would get into the game. But I was just thinking how dangerous Black can build up some kingside attack here if that exists. Something like queen f4, later knight h4.
I think it's more about just holding and staying in the open position. So I think that taking on a6 probably is a move, and then at some point liquidate even more. But let's go to Keimer versus Aravind, since here rook g1 has been played. An interesting move. So is this better for White after some nice c3? You take bc. What else?
I love this game, to be honest. Such a nice fighting spirit from both players.
You're pawn up with White. So I don't know, like bishop f5. But yeah, engines are strong now. They
Can
know
you play
better.
something like either bishop g5 or rook to e8 first?
Rook
With a bishop g5.
I like
try.
rook e8. This is the move, I believe.
Yeah. And if you castle, then
Bishop a3, yeah. This is a checkmate. So bishop b5, bishop b5. So instead of castling, what's the move? Okay, king d1. Is it a move? Don't believe. Bishop h6 maybe? Okay, this is crazy. King d1 is the best move. Wow. Wow.
I like that.
Wow.
Beautiful. King
Wow.
being much safer here on d1 than on c1, but what's more important that you're keeping the rook on a file, and you need a defender. So this rook belongs on a1 in this position, not on d1. This has been already played?
No,
Not yet.
that's my analysis. So after rook g1, Aravind is thinking what to do. What's the follow-up? It's interesting in Niemann versus Maksudlu why after f5 think that White is thinking for a long.
Yeah, Hans likes to invest a lot of time at some specific positions that happened other games as well. If you can recall, he just spends a lot of time. For instance, yesterday when his opponent just captured the rook a4, then he spent, I don't know, about 20 minutes, if not more. And then he's trying to keep up playing fast. Either he's calculating or recalling some variations that we were talking about earlier. So f5 has been played. Queen is now under attack. There is possibility to take the pawn with en passant, or you can just move the queen away. Taking the pawn would be just straightforward reaction, right?
Typical reaction, but it offers a lot of activity to Black. So after e takes f6,
how would you
I was
recapture?
thinking,
You have
is
to
e5 possible? Probably.
e5.
Probably not. I was just thinking for a moment. So queen takes f6 or rook f6. Queen
Rook
f6.
f6 not possible
Ah,
because
bishop
bishop
g5,
g5. Yeah,
okay.
queen f6 only move. And what's next?
Typical positions. Black is on time to stay with his bishop on the diagonal, so knight e4 doesn't kick that bishop. And who is playing French defense knows this position because it's totally French defense style. And I'm not an expert there. How about you? French defense?
No thanks.
No, no thank you. You don't drink alcohol and play French defense.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, these days French defense is a good choice when you want to play for a win, but not as your main repertoire. Because if you're only playing French defense, for example, Evgeny Barret, but he was combining it with Kero. So I would say that the main advocate that opening was Georg Mayer from Germany, 2650. He was playing only, and d takes e4 in all positions. Knight c3, knight d2, d takes e4, and actually it was not so simple at Rubinstein variation to get anything against him. He was an expert, and still is. Here, Aravind took on c3.
I have this question. We were looking at b takes c3. Have we looked queen to c3? Why not that possibility?
Bishop
not
g5. Dropping a piece. This is a problem. Yeah.
There's a
So
two.
that's why bc3 is forced, unless there is something peculiar.
Like bishop h6 or
Yeah,
something
bishop.
like that.
But don't believe this. Even knight e4 might be an option. So bc3. What else?
Yeah, makes sense now.
Bishop s6. I think even knight e4 just wins. Okay, wins. So queen takes c3 is not an option. B takes c3, only move. But once again, big kudos to Aravind. Without his approach, we would have
No fun.
yeah
Today.
copy paste style position. Here we are analyzing new position, never seen before, I believe.
Yeah.
So big kudos for that.
I'm just trying to look for the database. I can find online database. And
Yeah, maybe.
also the top players, they're so good at knowing any random position that has been played online or over the board. Seems like these two players are just now going through to the
I
things
think
on
the
board.
other day Menno was speaking about this Casablanca chess. You know this way of playing.
Casablanca.
You have Basque chess, which is 2 games simultaneously. You have freestyle, and you have this Casablanca chess, which I think after 6th or 7th move you're getting a fixed position, and then you are starting to play from now on when you get it.
Okay.
And players were sort of memorizing and like rechecking their memory. I've seen this somewhere. How was that game going on? Yeah. Pasky won it because of that motive. So they were also trying to navigate through totally random position. Am I right, Menno? Yes, you're right. Okay, good. Menno is staying here for hours, guys. Picking up some nice photos.
All right, that's interesting. We like to see.
But Casablanca chess has been played only in Casablanca, right?
Not allowed anywhere else.
Yeah.
Illegal to do so.
Yeah. I think Humphrey Bogart would love it. Yes. Okay. So let's dig a little bit once again.
He's going to play. Rook e8
And
is
now
on the board.
King d1 will be the move. And we need to clap for that move. King
Guys,
d1.
get ready.
Get ready for King
to
d1.
clap.
But
Don't
maybe
disappoint us.
going for a long castle, but stopping to d1.
Oh yeah, I've seen this video. Who made a joke? Tal made a joke to
Yeah,
Fischer,
it's
yeah?
playing
Sicilian.
playing Kero c6 because everyone played that tournament. It was Belgrade, Bled, Zagreb, Belgrade 59, and then everyone played Karo Can versus Bobby, and then Russians, Soviets, and then Tal also plays c6, laugh for a second,
Yeah,
then move it to c5. Tal and Karo Can, really?
No,
No, not really.
not really.
Yeah.
Not happening. Vincent Kemar, the first seeded player in this tournament. He's taking now his
By
time.
the way, how did you like this quiz? A quiz or small interview reels with players being asked how many openings with countries or cities they can name.
Oh, I love that. I love that video. I have seen it.
Can you try now?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's put a timer.
Okay. Okay, let's random 10 seconds we'll give you.
10 seconds.
Or count like 10.
Okay, I'll
10
go.
openings.
I'll go.
Yeah. Yeah, go to 10.
Italian, Catalan, Caracan.
Karakan. Really?
Just testing you.
No, okay.
That's a city.
Karakan are two players. Kero and Khan.
I'm just
Yeah.
testing you. French, of course, we talked about that. Sicilian, we can count. A Polish opening, Dutch opening, a Moscow line,
Yes, true.
Queens. Oh no, Queens. Got excited.
No test anymore. Berlin. Berlin.
Budapest.
Bravo. Budapest Gambit. Yes, exactly.
What else? You guys have any idea?
English you mentioned.
Oh,
French
English.
you mentioned. Berlin you mentioned.
Of course.
Okay. Italian opening you
Oh,
mentioned.
Italian,
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Scotch.
Scotch.
Yeah, Scotch opening.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's how many are there to
There
be?
are really many, and it's funny sometimes, you ask that kind of question and player, instead of probably obvious answers like French defense, sort of everyone starts
They're
with,
going
or
to
English,
something.
then the guy pulls out some which would be like would not make it to top 20.
Yeah.
Immediately starts with that name. You have, for example,
you know why I wanted to
Yugoslav variation
trick
or
you?
Zagreb variation,
Ah, yeah.
King's Indian.
Do you want why I wanted to trick you about Karakan? Because Khan city.
Yeah, okay,
But,
cool.
Wrong person to trick
Cool,
with.
yes. Actually, I took my final GM norm in Cannes.
Cannes.
Yeah, there was an open
No
tournament.
Oscar for you, but the Grandmaster in Norway.
Yeah. I'll always have a pleasant memories of Cannes. It was right after the Cannes Film Festival, so it was so cool. And it's funny, they have this jeu, like the game, and you have jeu de dame, jeu de échec, jeu de scrabble, I don't know, and then you could see, I wrongly enter to some playing hall, some room, and then I see like 500 people sitting and playing Scrabble with clocks on, fully devoted, and then I got the feeling how it looks like for non-chess persons to come to chess tournament and see 500 people sitting and just
Thinking that we are
I was thinking what
crazy.
people are doing there. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
So King D1,
Is on the board.
and if someone just turns on for the first time and join in this tournament, would think that this is a freestyle tournament, but it's not, guys. It's a classical normal tournament. It's not a freestyle chess.
Looks like that.
King is not on D1 and black has not castled from the beginning. So, quite an interesting position.
And he has made the move. He played rook to c8.
Black is playing a normal chess while White is playing a freestyle. This is how it looks like.
They have divided the board in half. All right, what is White's next move? The engine says it is quite comfortable. What can be the continuation? Should we develop our light square bishop first? Should we go ahead and try bishop h6 here? What can be the plan?
Also h4 can be the move at some point, but how do you involve this rook from a1? This is the question. Actually, I'm surprised that engines are giving advantage for white here, because having this rook on a1, to be honest, how can you make it work? How can you include that piece?
It would be worse if this rook is not here.
Yeah, I agree.
It would be minus.
I
So
agree.
I like this rook to be here at this moment, and
Not to be a rook down. Okay.
yes, 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 yes. It feels so comfortable for white to have this position because we also have the engine on the screen. But now I'm looking at the.
I would be
engine.
very worried if I would be white. I think in practical play that you feel this as a top player, as a grandmaster, you feel that your rook is not playing, and that disturbs you a bit. So
Yeah,
I
engine
would
says it's
impose
plus
that as a factor.
0.9, so it's not even 1. And there are two options that we have suggestion. Either you play bishop d3 right away, or you take the bishop on e7 first, and then you play bishop d3. There's nothing straightforward idea.
Yeah, because I'm curious, you got this depth of 20, which is not simple for this position. I think you would need a little bit more.
Okay, now it's
Then
increasing
20.
the time, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, to me it looks totally unclear. And in practical play, if we have 5 games or 10 games between similar level of players, I think that black would also won few games. Okay, in the meantime, let's go with the camera to Yakoboev versus Fanforest. Let's sense, will white repeat the moves? Keti, you are probably better body language reader. So, will white call it a day?
He has been thinking already a lot because his time is down, and this has been only move 19. If you want to continue to think, you will not investing so much time here, right, in this position. This is happening. You're burning time when you have already made your decision that you will take a draw, but still looking, because like, what's the harm with that? So
he has a good situation on the table in standings. He's +1, right? Yakuboy,
yes,
2 draws
yes.
and a win.
He's one of the leaders.
Yeah, same
together
goes
with
for Jordan. It's a round robin. Okay, if he risks and play on 20 moves, it's not so hard to make it in this position.
Yes.
So it's not about going all in. He can play a little bit on, but
Yeah, I think he wants to play here. The move is knight to e5.
to
And
play pawn down.
Text. You have a control over c file. You know, can we make this on the board?
sure.
After knight e5, you have to take this. Do I have this intermediate move? Rook takes c7 first. This is, I
Because
think,
here
what
maybe a4 is coming at some point, maybe not immediately, but okay.
or maybe rook c8 to control the c file. So because of that, maybe we have this intermediate move, rook to c7, to kick the queen on the back rank.
Okay, now
Block the
black will play probably knight f3 too, or maybe not.
Oof, triple the pawns, yeah?
No, yeah, because you cannot take with the queen, so you need to play g takes, I believe.
I can also play king h1.
Yeah, but king h1, knight d4 I can play. This is the issue.
Okay.
Deflecting the knight, because anyway I will lose it. So he's calculating this. This is actually his issue. Nice, rook c7, knight f3. That's why he's calculating so much and thinking. In the meantime, Niemann has played queen g3. while Vincent is thinking, and to me looks like a completely unclear position. Gukesh took on a6. Okay, there are some weaknesses, but also black has some trumps. Regarding challengers, just briefly to check. Okay, this is a mess. Divya is imposing some pressure. Queen takes d3. Not so simple for black. Because white will be first to conquer the e file, I don't know, after some a3 kicking the bishop, or this is also an unprotected piece. So stopping this bishop f5, if you go bishop d6, can I do some tactics?
Yes, there is
Tactics
a tactic.
alert.
Tactic, please.
Rook e6.
I like that move.
Is
But
there
there's
some
queen.
move? Engine dislikes it, so we have something better. Rook e8 allows
I was
queen
thinking
f5.
something like
Rook
around.
g5. Now I spotted it.
Oof. What
Yeah,
is that?
this is a winning move. Creating a windmill. So
Wow, that's beautiful.
quite an unpleasant situation for our leader. So Divya is pressing. In the meantime, we have also this crazy position where Ganguly is going all in, and I love this approach since he will get a lot of counterplay. He can double. Very tough situation for Stepan.
Yeah, this kind of position offers so much tactical motives to black. Remember this game in Monaco that I played with rook h1 sacrifice of rook? It kind of came from similar pawn structure, not from the same opening, but to double the rooks on h file, it brings this motive of rook h1 sacrificing.
Deflecting the knight and then coming in, since bishop will also cover this square. But it seems that Herbeck is not so worried as we do.
He's a young guy. Has not lost many games like we
career.
have.
Knight.
b4. Oh, Ganguly is offering the trade of the bishops, and also pressing the pawn on d3. So your normal move, like knight d2 or a3, would be faced with bishop g2 and knight d3 sort of ideas.
Yeah, you're thinking about
Or after
this takes, and now if you cover, then knight d3 wins, because you cannot take with the queen. You are pinned. How about this game? So we went after this rook d7, rook d1, rook a5 was played, c4. It looks horrible, but still white needs to dig a bit. Nemec versus Bertsen. Here c5 was played, c4, which is usually yielding black a nice counterplay. In challengers we have also today quite an interesting round. Just to say that here Finek has played this queen g6, which is a good move. Now I see he's offering this queen's exchange, and he's preparing this bishop h3 trick. Maybe it doesn't actually brings black some joy, since knight h4 is the way how to parry this threat. But queen g6 is of course normal move to relieve a bit this tension. Shall we go back to masters?
Yep, and I was just trying to dive into this situation of Gukesh and Navarra. We see Gukesh walking a lot today. Navarra has 27 minutes for remaining 19 moves, and he just...
No, that was my analysis, something.
Yeah, Gukesh just played knight to c4, and Navarra is now in deep thought what to play.
By the way, sorry, let's go to Jakubojev Fan Forest. It seems that we are having a perpetual, so we can go full screen because position is not so important. Maybe I'll zoom it a bit. Yeah, since we will have a perpetual, unless something strange happens.
Yeah, no, I don't believe any of the side would like to continue from here. And
Okay, it doesn't look like he's making.
he
a
looks
draw.
like he wants to
Yeah.
fight. And he stops.
Parham is always there when there is an action. You know how now in football referees are wearing cameras? So if we put to Parham, we would always be
Camera on the
in
back.
action at the right place at
Right
the right
place.
time. Yeah. And Parham leaves. So how many times they
This is a final. I think they
So
have
hang
played
on.
it twice.
first? So first one, second one, and now if white goes queen c2, that's a draw. Oh
No.
yes! How come
he's
no? Yes!
Not repeating.
Bravo, Nadirbek. I like this approach.
Wow, look at that.
Great player.
You know, sometimes when your opponent takes so much time in this kind of situation, your mindset is already adjusted. It's a draw. Maybe you'll relax a little bit, even thinking about tomorrow's round. This is a bit unpleasant, right, for chess players not to repeat the position. Here, Van Forest was ready to repeat.
Yeah, but they are, I believe, on higher level than ordinary mortals, and they have this big experience, and I think they are ready always to fight. Maybe it's more for people who would love to avoid tension, avoid tough life, but I think for them it's normal. They are always under some pressure, and
You know
they
what?
can live with that.
I think in this situation, Van Forest might even be happy because he has a good 1 hour and 13 minutes against 18 minutes of Jakubojev. Huge time advantage. And it's not that much of the weaknesses in Black's position.
True.
But a lot of fun for us.
Yeah, exactly. So Vincent is spending really a lot of time which, as I said, means that he's not so confident as the engine is. Now you went to 24, right? That, which is something, and he still is +1.
So we can show this line maybe what engine is suggesting
Okay.
here. Bishop to d3. f6. Bishop h6.
F6. Is there any other move? Because to me this
I don't
looks
see.
F6 is, it doesn't sound right. Come on, there should be a better move. F6, really?
Oh, bishop
No, I don't know. Queen A5 or something. This looks like a normal move. F6 looks.
You know, I think f6, the main idea is to keep the dark square bishop, because Vincent now took this dark square bishop.
Okay.
That's why perhaps engine suggests f6 to save the bishop there. Don't know why, but that was my theory about that move.
Okay, so Queen E7 or probably Queen E7 or Rook E7 is also an option.
Better is rook to e7.
Yeah, probably Rook E7 also to prepare if necessary to double. Queen E7.
He goes with
We
Queen
cannot
E7.
guess.
There's no big difference actually between these two moves. But the idea was to keep this queen on for the a5 square.
Strange position, because as I said, white is playing without a rook. So, I don't know. Doesn't feel right, but modern chess. How about David Anton versus Savdo Satorov? This looks very scary. All this stuff. Maybe it's just illusion, I don't know. G6. So let's say bishop b7, queen takes, some knight e4, f5 is probably, or f5 is, no, sorry, knight c5 I have, so I cannot do it. So after, I can take on c1 first, and then I can push f5. So this is the answer. So here I need to figure it out something else. I don't know. They are not so scared as ordinary mortals. It looks dangerous for black, but Nodibek is just cool and going for it. What do you think, Keti? Is there any chance that white creates some pressure here? Looks to me that black is ready to liquidate even further. I don't know. I don't see how white can build up some.
Thing is that white controls this long diagonal, right? But I don't really see any move that uses that right away. Something like h4, h5 is now blocked, but yeah, I think white has just
He will
much
either
happier
take on
pieces.
b7 or move the queen. One of those two moves.
Yeah,
You don't want to develop opponent's pieces.
queen f3 has been
Queen
good.
f3.
I like this. I like this position.
Okay, I think we will change the setup. I will need to leave. To remind you, I was playing from 9 a.m. This VIP business rapid, so we will have my dear colleagues to,
A special
to
guest
jump
today.
in. Yeah, Keti, good luck with today's round. I will be back tomorrow as usual. And yeah, let's make a break and let's prepare a setup for my distinguished colleagues.
still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever. Welcome back, everybody. This is Prague International Chess Festival. We are into fourth round, and we have a special guest in our studio who will spend some time with us and give us his expertise. Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian, 2751, highest rated.
Yeah, not actual rating, unfortunately, yes.
I've just Googled right now, like 2 minutes ago. I Googled that. And a player who has been top 10 for quite some time. Such an honor to...
Yeah, I was correct. It was just one rating list. not to spoil the fun, but yeah, thanks for reminding anytime.
So great to give us this opportunity to tell us more about the games that we have now, and we also learned that you are directly involved to this tournament because one of your students plays in the competition as well. So we can maybe talk a little bit about your thoughts of the festival, how the tournament is going, who's your student, and so on.
So, well, thanks. First of all, thanks for inviting me to the studio, and good afternoon, everybody. Started very well with reminding my best rating, but of course we are in present times. It's quite some time ago, and of course, Prague Festival is one of the tournaments which I always follow closely. I've been involved in commentary actually for several occasions, several years. Last year, this year, actually, yesterday I was in Czech commentary room. So people who are familiar with the festival, they have this unfortunate privilege to see me time to time. Yeah. Also, actually, I live very close to the venue, so for me it's really a walking distance. And I use this opportunity to force myself to walk to the.
How lucky! Yeah. How lucky we are!
I don't know, but in any case, of course, this is one of the best tournaments in the world. So it's always a pleasure to be part of it, and especially seeing all these players who may become, and some of them became world champions after being in Prague. So
Gukesh, he's right now on the.
I remember him.
I remember so sleepy. He's a bit sleepy.
Yeah, he's kind of not sure he is really enjoying the position so much, but probably next time playing something more sharp would be better. In any case, you asked me about one of my students. I have to admit, I did have to wait for a couple of rounds to admit he's my student because he's doing quite well. So I can really admit now that he's playing in Challengers Group, and it's Joachim Nemec of Czech Republic.
Can we have him on the screen, please?
Yes, that's him. Yeah. So, quite happy that he started off well in the tournament, but of course, many rounds to go, and I think that he's mainly for experience here, and probably some points would become handy as well.
What a fantastic player! We just enjoyed his first game so much when he was rigged down, but totally dominated his game. Also, the second round, we had him at the interview. He looks very likable person as well, and very much motivated to become the well-known figure in chess. So that's so good that we can observe him from this event.
Yeah, I can observe him quite frequently as well. He's one of the most promising players, obviously, in the event. But I think it's also kudos to the organizers because they give they year to year they give young Czech players a possibility and opportunity to play very strong players in challengers group, and also maybe a shot to qualify for the Masters one day.
Yeah.
And I think that at the moment the tournament table does look very nice for the organizers because it justifies the choice of players completely. Václav Finek is leading the event at the moment, and actually both Stefan Herberg and Joachim Nemeth, they are on +1, so with 2 points out of 3. So yeah, well, we would probably even try to ask the organizers to stop the event at the moment.
But it would be fantastic,
but
right?
it would be
Look
very
at
unfortunate and very rude to people watching and to us actually as well.
Yeah, that will be not good. And also, I think the players like Namas, they need the opportunities. They need to show their best. They are so hungry to show, and they're not afraid. That's what we have seen.
Yeah, mostly not.
Way
I
how
think.
that's like I had a feeling when I saw him playing. He's not afraid in any kind of position, even if he's worth. He's trying to just
Yeah,
enjoy.
if he knows his worth, yeah.
If he knows his worth, that's also true. It's also true. We're gonna check more in details this game, but before that, let's take a look at the all the games, all the 5 games, and I have very specific question to you. The games of the Masters, the game of Yakuboev and Van Forest. We had this moment when there was a kind of silent draw for by Van Forest, and then Yakuboev burned his time. We were thinking he's very likely gonna take the draw. He dropped the time to 18 minutes, and then he repeated twice, and then he made a move. What would be your take of this action?
Well, I'm trying to be practical, so I guess that we will know after the game if his decision was correct. It's in any case, it's quite risky, mainly from the time point of view. This line has a. Well, I was not surprised that Jordan went for the repetition because this line has a reputation of well, pretty drawish and actually maybe not the most ambitious. Pick from black side, so they kind of show his opponent that they are fine with a draw for today. On the other hand, we have to consider also that Yakuboev has second whites in a row, and yesterday's game against Hans, it did seem that he is very close to score the whole point, so it may have some psychological effect also when you have 2 whites. The first one you didn't convert, so to say, so you really want to use these 2 whites like in the right way. So maybe that was also in the background of his decision. Obviously, it also has to be an objective decision to try to squeeze something out from this position. Hard to say if it's justified. It seems that black should be able to even if they are quite passive, but this pawn up may be enough to compensate the white's activity. But maybe also a psychological game a bit from Yakuboev because he tries to maybe lure his opponent into some risky decision considering the time situation. But also going to time trouble, it may become may backfire. So. We will see. I think that Jordan has shown great play till now in Prague. I think all of his 3 games were very good, and today he did pick something more modest. But he will not be against trying to use time trouble of Yakuboev.
Yeah, very interesting. Have you been following this final moment of Yakuboev against Hans Niemann? This very awkward situation of draw offering or draw decline. What happened?
I don't know exactly because we didn't have a voice voice there. The microphones are not in the playing hall, but it it also struck me a little bit awkward, but also actually there was something very similar in Nodirbek's game against Gukesh. So there was some kind of misunderstanding with draw offer or repetition, or well, repetition was yesterday, because it seemed like Hans is going to claim a draw, or at least he did show that he is going to claim a draw, and it seems that Yakuboev first he kind of hesitated and wanted Niemann to call an arbiter and to prove that the moves because actually in the position he didn't have any resources to play for a win, and he did repeat moves. So it was a bit surprising for me that he kind of didn't really want to agree at that point. So and then suddenly he changed his mind, and it seemed that he's gonna shake Hans' hand. And but then Hans was looking at his score sheet and like waiting for arbiter to arrive. But it all ended well, I guess, for both of them and for the arbiter as well, who didn't have to go check the threefold.
Yeah.
So I guess that it was a bit awkward.
A very awkward moment. And like we're talking about yesterday's game against Hans, we're talking about Gukesh's game, and this game as well has a history of repetition. Yakubo it's not okay to accept the draws, right?
I can remind. Well, probably has some handshake issues occasionally. So I think that it was. I didn't want to bring this up so much here, but I think that maybe it was some kind of just misunderstanding. It did seem like sometimes you have this. I even actually lately bumped into some YouTube video with awkward moments in chess, and there was this famous Kasparov Topalov. So I think that was much more awkward than yesterday. I think Nodirbek, he has a lot to learn yet in this
he has
this
to
area.
Watch Kasparov's videos, how he's doing.
But I think that it kind of anyway was just a technical misunderstanding, and it didn't change the result or didn't bring any controversy or whatever. So.
Yeah, well, for us, for commentators, for our spectators, it's good to have one more game in progress, right? Rather than to have a draw. Shall we take a look at Gukesh's game against David Navara? Because Gukesh seems to walk a lot today. He's
sleepy.
sleepy,
yes, he's sleepy, so that's why he walks. And it's logical
to wake
he just
up.
wear off somehow. But
David Navara told me at the interview that he likes to have a green tea to wake up when he's sleepy.
Well, interesting. Well, my times green tea was maybe not the way how we would wake ourselves up. But I'm quite curious actually on Gukesh's reaction to yesterday's game, because yesterday it also looked like some kind of a small accident to me, at least, because he played very quickly the opening part, then blitzed, or let's say the key moment of the game, which actually decided more or less the whole game. He did play a move which actually brought him to trouble.
Queen B8,
Queen B8, and it was quite surprising, because I thought that he has opening part under control, and then suddenly he does something which actually loses more or less on the spot. And let's see how he reacts today, because I like Gukesh's play, because he is as an acting world champion, he doesn't really hide. And so to say, so he plays tournaments, he does participate. Even him playing Grand Swiss was just, I think, great for chess world. And
it was very brave decision by him.
Yeah, I think that he's very philosophical about his world champion title, and he understands that he will not probably have a shot to defend it unless he does have tournament practice. So basically, I think that if he would be allowed to play in candidates, he would probably volunteer as well.
Too, yes.
But it's very nice to
tournaments.
see him playing, and definitely we are happy to see him in Prague, because we know that this is kind of a historical event for Prague, and it's thanks to him. And now hopefully we are not gonna have to wait for another 90 plus years to see another world champion.
Yeah, the other day, I think it was yesterday, we visited together with our camera to the historical places in Prague.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful city, and one of our location was also the first Olympiad. I called it the first unofficial Olympiad. Is that correct, or it was official?
I think it's hard to say because I think after FIDE was founded, I think that theoretically all the Olympiads afterwards should be considered official, and we actually, from point of organizing this tournament, we need to consider it official in order to have a world champion in Prague after 95 years and more. Yeah, so we let's and I know the location. Actually, it used to be an iconic place in Prague, a very nice place, something like Café Régence in Paris, but back here. So this. Of course, we do hope that maybe once the Olympiad may come back to Prague.
It's
very nice.
Such a beautiful city.
I would like not to travel too far for this events anymore.
Just a walk, in a 5 minutes distance from your home.
Like this,
Not bad to live in Prague, right? Let's now talk a little bit about the position itself. Seems like we have some trade of the bishop and the knight. Is Gukesh better, or David has everything under control?
I would feel that white is slightly better because most of his pieces are placed more actively. Rook on a7 looks quite threatening. True, there is no direct idea like rook takes d7 or something, but the potential in white's position, I would feel that. He can, of course, trade the bishop for a knight on g6, but then the endgame may not be that promising. I think he definitely needs to wake up a bit. It seems that he is trying his best to cheer himself up and just to find something in this position. Maybe he doesn't have to hurry so much. Maybe some move like b4 can come to mind in order to fixate the structure and the pawn on c6, which is probably black's main issue in this position.
You know what? Just remembered. He can't use David Navarre's strategy to wake up. He doesn't like to tea coffee or tea at all. He just doesn't like
this. Without coffee, I wouldn't survive a minute.
I know, right? This is how we start the day.
It's a new generation. Well, what do they drink?
He likes chocolate, hot chocolate.
Oh wow! Okay.
He likes hot chocolate.
Nothing for me. So probably that's why he became world champion and not us. But I don't know. Of course, each of us we have our tricks to wake up or to, let's say, to somehow manage to concentrate during. What I always admired about his play actually and his appearance during the games, I always thought that he is very good in concentrating and he keeping focus for the whole game, which doesn't always happen, obviously, but. He doesn't look focused right now because
something bothers him, right?
Well, no, but it's not the time situation for sure because he's very comfortably ahead on time.
He's not locked.
No,
as he's usually like.
Yeah,
focused.
well, yesterday he after queen b8, rook takes d4, he was kind of worried, but actually did manage to come up with some ideas still, but. I don't know if he's trying to remember typical ideas or how to break through in this position, but yeah, he doesn't really look like usual Gukesh, I would say. Either he doesn't have a clear idea how to proceed here, or he is just not very comfortable. But the position looks nice actually. There's no reason to be unhappy.
Yeah, we have to. Also, my opinion is that this is something incredible what he's doing after becoming the world champion. He did not even took time to, digest all of it. He went to tournament, like not much of celebration that I would do for sure.
Well,
if I become the world champion.
Without coffee at least. So maybe you can't celebrate too much with hot chocolate. So generally.
But he did this bungee jump, right? Yes. Like I would never do that. Like he has his own extreme. But also, this is something that we should, I think, appreciate, that he plays so many tournaments. His appearance fans love to see him playing, kids love to see him playing, and they want to play like him. And earlier, just like an hour ago, Alojzije and I were talking that chess is one of those sports you need to play to practice.
Well,
It's
there
not-
were there were
yeah.
there were some cases when the world champion preferred to keep his title for a while and enjoy it and not playing tournaments too much, maybe even to become a number one by very interesting strategy, but by not playing tournaments. That was the case some years ago, and yeah, he did succeed actually, but I'm not sure that it would be satisfying. You know, I believe that Gukesh's way of becoming such a strong player and achieving the world championship title and in general rising so high was in playing tournaments, and
Yeah.
he just keeps doing what he did best and what brought him to success. So I remember him playing well, it seemed like endless series of Spanish Opens when he just really
Oh, yes.
rocketed up, and I think that this was maybe this is a strategy. He just he enjoys his title, I'm sure. On the other hand, he understands that he's very young still, so he understands that he really needs to be in good shape to defend his title. And maybe the next match he's gonna play against a challenger would be somewhat more difficult, and so he needs to be just in the top form to be there. And you cannot really do this by just training, or maybe he decided for him it
Or
doesn't
also
work.
like appearing in some advertisements that he has so much these days, right? Like
Yeah,
having.
but he's
this
very friendly
marketing.
to fans. I have to for myself because we were present at the opening ceremony, and my son wanted a picture with him, and just there was absolutely no hesitation. So he was very friendly, and well, maybe the fact that he has beaten me a couple of months ago did help a bit, but but still seemed focused. But there was one thing you may know, because you know everything about their drinking habits and and all that. But yesterday the Czech commentary actually mentioned that first rounds he appeared with the glasses,
Glasses,
and
yeah.
yesterday he
He dropped the
didn't.
glasses.
He dropped
yeah.
the glasses. Maybe actually a difference also, because well, I can't imagine Willie dropping my glasses because I wouldn't see anything. But for him, maybe it's just a change which it's something which changes your perspective. So lucky you guys who don't have to to have this. But it may be uncomfortable. So I don't know if his last two rounds are not influenced by this.
Well, you know what we have noticed, that he dropped the glasses the first round in the end. He
Okay.
appeared with the glasses, and then he had this crazy position that Hans Niemann put up on the board with this amazing knight d3 sacrifice. And then suddenly his glasses disappeared already from the first round, and then second, third round we have not seen it now even.
Oh, maybe it kind of brings me to an idea that maybe the cure for bad eyesight could be playing people like Niemann and all this more often, and so I maybe have a chance still to drop my glasses there. But no. I think that
Dr. Hans
his issue,
Niemann.
for instance, is So he may not be comfortable with glasses. I can understand this. It does
Because you are
look-
touching a lot your face when you're thinking.
Yeah.
Look.
No,
like
also simply the way you see the position is just different. So he may just have given it a try and found out that it's not exactly. But now, so it's okay. He did open his eyes. It doesn't seem that he during the meditation. For the last 5 minutes, he did find the right way to approach this position. So hopefully, we will get to that, and he's gonna find the way how to come up with some interesting ideas to get to black's position. Well, rook e3, for instance, comes to mind as well, because it looks like a good solidifying move. For instance, because in some occasions rook may be better protected on e3 than on e1, and it doesn't create any immediate threats. But also, if black tries to jump with a knight on f4, I would like to go knight e5 which would create some trouble to black for sure. But of course he is considering other moves as well. The rook e3, look like from old man's perspective, I think it would be very nice to make a move like this. So I think we have also very interesting positions in other games as well. I'm very curious about this one, if you don't mind, if we check Vincent Keimer's position against Aravind. I was actually yesterday was saying that the first 2 rounds Aravind did play a Philidor defense, which is not a very frequent guest in top tournaments.
Yeah.
I myself, I was quite happy to see it because I tried Philidor in recent games myself a couple of times. And yesterday, as well, unfortunately, it seems that there will be no Philidor because Aravind did go for e4 and Parham answered with c6. But still, they managed to get some kind of a Philidorish endgame at the end of the game, or after the opening. And today, Aravind did stick to his guns and went for Philidor, which does look less successful at the moment. And because Keimer went for a very, very direct line from the opening with h3, g4, a direct assault on black's position. And a couple of moves ago, we were not completely sure what to think about the position because white was pawn up, but it seems that the rook on a1 was a bit of a problem. King d1, if you need to make a move like king d1, maybe it's not so perfect. With white's position. On the other hand, Vincent Keimer, a big expert in freestyle chess, I think moves like king d1 cannot be very difficult
it's a usual
for him.
thing, yeah.
Yeah. No, sometimes you have a king on d1 in initial position already, so nobody really asks for your...
What is your theory why Aravind is keeping playing this setup with black pieces?
Well, he trusts it.
Likes it?
Yeah. I think that he decided to prepare something special for the event, and on the other hand, it's not very common to stick to this to the same opening, which frankly doesn't have the best reputation in the world, and it was very interesting, and he tried to do different. Played a slightly different setup against Niemann, but he was successful with it. So maybe that's just one of the reasons why he kept playing it, and maybe.
You know what he told me in the interview? He kind of bluffed. He thought that Niemann would not believe him playing the same opening second time. Especially it did not went well in the first round for him.
Okay. Yeah.
And he said it was kind of bluff for me that I wanted to play again the same opening.
That's an interesting approach to tell you this in an interview and then do the double bluff in the next black game. But it can be also a nice strategy. It seems, however,
he's double bluffing, I guess. He's bluffing everyone,
maybe I tried to bluff you as well. But it seems that today he is in trouble because Vincent has a very comfortable position. He's the only small issue may be that he is under 20 minutes on his clock, and the position remains complicated. How the position looks very, very good for white.
It got better and better for Vincent as the time passes by. We do have a guest in the studio. We have a participant from the challengers, and we're gonna have the interview with him. So we're taking the short technical break, and we'll be back in a few seconds or minute. we are back and we have here a lot of guests, a lot of people here. First of all, Benjamin Gladurov won his game. Congratulations.
Thank you so
and
much.
you are kind enough to come in the studio to analyze the games, and suddenly these two young gentlemen approach you for the signature. Guys, what are their names? Can you please tell me? Peter and John. Okay, and you got your signature.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nice. You guys look very happy. Can you please show me how many signatures you have collected?
Not so much.
Not so much. You are hunting for it. Okay.
Can I get yours?
Mine.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's pretty nice of you guys. I'll do that very fast, maybe.
Here.
I'll do that very fast.
The best player in the field.
Thank you. Thank you. I got this as a compliment.
Yes.
Not a sarcastic one.
No, no, no.
Oh, thank you guys. You're very, very kind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have fun, guys, and try to collect all these signatures. All right. They're very happy, and they're on hand to collect all these signatures. Thank you so much once again to come to our studio. We have seen your game. It was such a nice, short game, and you're gonna have extra time for today to rest a little bit or
Yes.
prepare. Can you please summarize your day, how the game went?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to say that I had two terrible games before. So I just somehow had to, not lose my mind after those two games. Then I took some rest yesterday, and I came up with this idea in the Sicilian. I thought that maybe for one game it's an interesting idea to play this queen takes d4 like this. Because I never played it in my life, so I was sure that he wouldn't prepare this. Anyway, e4 was a slight surprise from me. But I knew that he had one game, knight c6, which I prepared against, and I guess he wanted to get out of my preparation, so that's why he chose the other main line a6, which is completely fine. But I played this bishop e3 move, which is not a main move. It's quite rare. Maybe there are 20 games or something like that. But it's quite tricky because black has to know what to play. Knight g4 is the best move, and then very complicated stuff. I think it's h6, something like this. Queen d2, and then g5 black has to go for, and it's very similar to another Najdorf line, which would come from the knight takes d4 move order, and I'm sure that you know this a very old line, but Kasparov and all this.
I like this line.
Yeah,
yes.
it's a very sharp position. So, but I wasn't sure if he play. I didn't check, but I don't think that he plays knight g4. I think he plays with e5. So I guess he didn't want that, and he played knight c6, which is not a big mistake, but if you check it with the engine, it's a slight mistake. e6, long castle, and all I knew was bishop e7. I remember was the best engine move, and I'm not sure if bishop f4 and then e5, bishop g5, something like that. It's a slight advantage. But I guess he didn't want that, and he went for this b5, which was a big mistake. I'm sure that he immediately understood it after he played it, because after this b5 I can play very actively with e5 and it all works out. And I mean, I kind of feel sorry for him because it's just one move mistake, and you kind of, I mean, not have to resign, but it's on a high level, it's almost resignable.
Yeah, we were talking about this because all the Sicilian players we have done this blunder on b5, and sadly there are some positions where you blunder a pawn And you can still fight,
Yes.
right? A pawn down, like
Mhm.
for instance, Kukash yesterday played without a pawn. But in Sicily, in these positions, you just don't want to blunder your pawn, but there are some checkmate threats
Yes.
and very little hope to survive.
Yeah, I mean, already here after e5, he started thinking, I'm sure that he knew that this knight b5 was coming, but I mean, he cannot really do much. I mean, knight g4 or knight d7, it just, I take on d6 and it's completely lost. So he has to go for this, and it's just a very forced line. And I believe when he first calculated b5, then I guess he didn't see rook takes d7, and because if I don't have rook takes d7, then he is completely fine. But after this, it just it's just a very bad position, because not only that I will be up material eventually, because I will have 2 bishops and 3 pawns on the queen side, but also his king is very vulnerable, and he cannot really get out from all these pins and mating ideas. So rook a5, this is what I expected, but yeah, I believe after this c4 he doesn't have rook d5 anymore, and bishop b5 is coming, and yeah, it's just a very sad position for him. And I think he played good moves, but it was already too bad to save the game. And yeah, I'm sure that multiple ways I could have won with multiple ways, but I thought that this was the clearest, to put the pawn on c6 and no counterplay.
Yeah, wow, it was a full domination, and also a very nice preparation, right?
Thank
Like
you.
everything was planned, and it paid off, right? This preparation.
Yeah, somehow I didn't get lucky with my preparation before, like the first 3 games. I basically was surprised on move 1.
Yeah.
So this time I was lucky enough to get my preparation, and luckily I managed to win it. Yeah.
And how long the preparation goes? Is it in like several hours, or you're not trying to?
No,
spend
it's I try to prepare like 1-2 hours in the evening, and maybe 2 hours in the morning or before the game, and like 3-4 hours. Yes.
Just like I do, but I don't know. Never getting success.
Yeah, I'm sure that some people do more preparation, some don't, but yeah, I think it's 3-4 hours should be enough. Yeah.
Okay, noted. Let's talk a little bit about the tournament itself. Is there any current game that gets your attention? This UFA against Eugenia looks quite crazy position. Maybe we can pull up the board and
I think she messed up the opening. I know this line, this queen c2, it's a very concrete line, and black has to know this queen takes d4, I believe, is the line, and bishop b2, queen b6. It's some long theory, and I don't remember the rook b1 or something like that. And white has compensation anyway on the dark squares, but unless he didn't or she didn't remember this and played with bishop e5, which is just a much worse version, and I'm sure that Daniel is very happy with this attack. Anyway, he likes to attack. So yeah, this is his position.
Looks pretty nice.
Also, this Ganguly game was interesting. Because
oh my goodness, what the king is doing on f4? I thought it was a king on g2 and a queen on f4, and it's like, oops. Wow,
yeah, during the game I was calculating this. Yeah, this is what exactly happened. I think white missed this idea that...
Did you just say during the game I was calculating it?
Yes.
You had such a great position that you were calculating on this board, right? Wow.
Yeah, because it looked very interesting, and exactly this knight c2 I was checking, and I mean queen c2, I guess this is what he was hoping for, but rook h3, queen f3, and it's a checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah.
So I guess this is what he missed. And yeah, after this, I mean, black should be better, but it's not that easy as I understand. It's a little bit strange, but white is fighting with the king on f4.
Wow, king on f4.
I
And
know,
knight
maybe
on d6.
yes.
So his competition between those two pieces, which one is more active, yeah?
Yes.
Ganguly is the most experienced in the field, and he's very creative. All these ideas. Today he played this g5 move, and the other days he also showed us really fun stuff. But then at some point there are some turns of the tables. What do you think? What is the reasoning of for the players to, being ready, showing something, and then somehow it's not going their way?
Yeah, I also felt like that Ganguly also was unlucky in the first few games. I mean, even in the first game, he had a very good position. He sacrificed the rook, which was, I mean, it didn't work out well for him. But if he wouldn't have sacrificed, he just had a good position. And I feel like that he's very well prepared and has good ideas and usually gets good positions from the openings.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe he doesn't play too much. I don't know. Maybe he is more like a second or a coach nowadays. And yeah, in the middle game he sometimes messes up. But I hope that he can win some games because I mean it's very unlucky that you have good positions and you can never win, and it's not fair.
Yeah, it is. We feel for him. Well, thank you so much for coming in our studio, share all these thoughts. I guess you're gonna have more time now for your more preparations, and hopefully to have you back in our studio.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you
Thank
very
you so much for having me.
Yeah. And we're back here with our setup of today, the remaining day, and we are honored to have chess expert with us to give us all the insights. And the games has been changed. All of them has such a crazy position, right? All the 5 boards are just going crazy.
Yeah,
happening?
sometimes. Well, it's usually this is a sign that the free day is closed. So people are trying to use their rest of their energy resources to spice up the position, because somehow I think it's quite an off. Well, it's still one more round till the free day, but maybe just choice of openings as well helped to spice up the situations on all the boards. I think we can start with Yakuboyev.
Yeah.
Because
wow,
because it seems that
him.
repetition is not
Second
on the
time?
table anymore. I mean, I guess this is going to be
Okay.
So that it doesn't seem like repetition is going to
No.
happen in this game anymore. Although I can see that actually it seems that the engine, or not engine, sidebar, or very call, we call it, doesn't really, it's not really worried for white so much yet, but I would be with this king open, and black pieces are aiming for the king. Well, white rooks improved, of course, to c6 and c7. That's already a big achievement here on the queen side. But black did decide to go for some activity on king side, and Jordan, as always, does look very confident on the camera. So we just will jump to an actual position, and bishop f4 tempo move. Yakubov's time situation didn't improve so much. He's on 7 minutes, and still some moves till the time control.
Moves.
Yeah,
9 more moves, but the position is not that peaceful. He has pawn on g4.
So some direct threats like queen h4 may become an issue, and first of all he has to solve the rook on c7. He's okay. Queen e6 check first. King h8. A healthy half an hour on the clock for Jordan. Well, that can be quite an important detail here. Well, Yakubov is going to move his rook maybe to e7, because I don't like the idea of black rook coming to e8 with the tempo. Then it may become very critical for white. So I guess
Rook c8 has
rook c8. Okay, that's another way to to avoid rook e8. I guess
just
quite a good
to
one.
trade it, yeah.
But at the moment, black has one move. You know, it can play any move at the moment. There is no direct threat. Well, rook h8, of course, has to be rook takes a8 has to be respected. So now he may come up with h6.
So the sacrifices like bishop h2 is not working because you can't bring the rook from f8,
Yeah, the
right?
rook is pinned. So I think that after bishop takes h2, of course, if white would take on h2, queen h4. Although the rook is pinned, but the queen will use the rook still as a supportive piece, and queen takes f2 comes next. But after bishop takes h2, of course, white is not obliged to take, and may also play king g2, after which black will have to solve the threats. Oh, it can be solved by queen f4. Quite interesting. There's something to calculate here for sure. Maybe the problem also that at the moment Jordan can be very ambitious. I think generally he is not lacking this quality at all, and but the position may be very promising, and also when you have an extra half an hour, you really want to use it, and maybe also psychologically a little bit to punish your opponent for not taking a draw earlier in the game. But of course, objectively, it should be sound. You cannot really sacrifice pieces right and left, but just because you want to use your opponent's time trouble, and Yakubov still has 7.5 minutes, which is
that's going to be enough if he has some something to play on. I had a feeling that at this moment when they were repeating and Yakubov was thinking, Jordan was already fine to have a draw and call it a day. And who likes to carry after you have this mindset, you don't want to continue. But like now I'm looking at this position, Yakubov is going too harsh in this position, right? And maybe Van Forest is now happy at this moment that he might even have some chances to win.
I think Jordan actually did show great plays in the first rounds, and well, now I'm sure that he is going to use his time advantage here to calculate all the consequences of, for instance, bishop takes h2. I would say that, yeah, probably you are right that the moment when the repetition was on, he would be quite happy with that. But as far as I know, Nunes is actually very good in taking his chances, and he's never shy of going for complications. If, of course, it should be well calculated, but Yeah, bishop takes h2 looks interesting, definitely. It's true that now the psychological part may come in because, well, while we were discussing the psychological aspects of the game, but I also was calculating this line, and I'm not sure that actually black has anything more than a repetition here. And Jordan may, of course, hesitate a bit about this because maybe, as I said, he may be ambitious for, or, well, would like to get more from this game than half a point.
If he's ambitious, he also has this move h5. Opens up the back rank and also just attacks the pawn on g4, which is pinned.
True. But the only problem with h5, which I saw that I wasn't really sure, or I could admit that I was lazy to calculate the consequences of this, because I saw this forced line, which brings us to some endgame, and I wasn't completely convinced about this. First of all, white simply can play something like h3 to protect the g4 pawn. Queen f5, maybe not so much, because this I don't like. Maybe, but even this may be a way to treat the position, because actually the extra pawn on b6 doesn't really make any big difference now, and this may be also a way to treat.
And after king h6, you play h4 to stop this king getting.
Sure. h4. But as I said, white may even consider not doing this and not going for queen f5, but maybe simply playing h3 and delaying the decision to change the queens for later. Also, one of the side effects of this line is that white would come very close to time control, if not overpassing it. So that's also one of the things which you consider during the game when your opponent is short of time. You really want to create some extra difficulties to him and to make him calculate and not give him easy moves. So I guess this is what Jordan is doing at the moment. He is trying to evaluate the consequences of it, and he is trying to prove me wrong by doing something. And he went for queen h4.
Okay.
You could see it on camera that queen h4 was played. And now I didn't like queen h4 so much because I wasn't sure what he's gonna do after rook takes. Maybe rather not. Maybe rook takes 8. Rook 8 is bishop h2. It can be bad news for white, because then actually the rook on f8 will still be quite unpleasant. Okay, yeah. Now I have to admit I have to find a move for white.
Queen f5.
Oh, queen f5. Wow, that looks like an unpleasant idea. Could have he missed? I think one side effect of queen h4 is that we could see Gukesh looking at this game, and he definitely looks awake now. I think queen f5 looks very tempting for white.
You know how it happens, yeah? You are falling asleep in your own game. Other games, you are.
No, Benjamin mentioned that he was calculating something in the other game. I have to admit that I do this as well. Usually when okay, well, not mostly, unfortunately, not in situations when I'm completely winning, but I still in team events it occasionally happens that you just
have
the
to
other
calculate
games and so on, and yeah, Yakuboev, I'm sure that he does see queen f5. He's trying to understand why Jordan went for this.
Jordan also forces him to find this move, right? Because now bishop h2 is a threat.
Yeah. Well, so it doesn't actually. Frankly speaking, except queen f5, I don't see how otherwise would white play here. Okay, he has an extra option of taking on f8 and then queen f5.
Yeah.
But I don't see why that would be better than queen f5.
Because we don't keep this pin, yeah.
Yeah. I think that queen f5 looks very natural actually, if you see it. But I do believe that he went rook c8 with all these ideas. Now he is just, we can see that he's rechecking. He's ready to make his move, but just double, triple checking. I think it's it's always a good idea. Because I'm not sure what black is going to do actually after queen f5. Oh,
Well,
it's
I'm
can
so
become very
surprised
tricky.
with the queen h5.
Well, also Jordan went for it quite quickly, which is even bigger surprise to me, because I would expect him to evaluate the options carefully. Actually, even kind of suggested the happening. Oh, this I saw finally what is the idea of blacks after queen f5, I think. So it's quite funny. Or I think I saw the idea. So the point is now probably to go rook e8 check. It's an extremely funny move.
Oh wow.
So maybe this is
Oh,
something
wow.
what black had in mind here.
That's a funny move. And king
well.
d3 looks
Well,
scary.
king d3. Well,
To
I
say.
don't see any other. It does look scary, but
But then queen b.
can go queen e6 here.
Oh no.
What now? Rook f8.
What's happening?
repetition?
Is this chess anymore? Oh my
Go
god.
repeat moves here.
Queen f5.
Queen f5.
Draw, please.
Another chance to repeat moves. Wow, this is funny. But no, but this is not the repetition. This is
No,
rook
I
takes
take the
a8.
rook now, yeah.
Maybe you can repeat once, but rook queen a6. Okay. Now again black is in trouble a bit, so he has to go queen e4 or something. And this doesn't look very nice for black. Yeah? I mean, we are pinned, and this is definitely a good endgame for white.
Have this passed pawn beautifully on d.
Yeah,
d4.
I mean, white kept all the advantages of the position, and black was forced to change the queen. This is very fun geometrical line. That's why you have to study well in school, guys, because you would find some geometry
In
in your
chess.
games.
In one of the games.
Occasionally, but this is very nice. This is a very nice line. I hope that it's not completely wrong, because I don't use the engine, so otherwise, yeah, it would look a bit.
No, the
less
bar would
yeah.
scream if
Okay.
it's not
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Then I would look much less of an expert than you advertised me. So I still do hope that I am able to calculate some lines. Well, definitely a very interesting game, but well, Yakuboyev is down to 3 minutes. We probably
Oof,
should
time's
stay
running.
here for a while, because I'm very curious what's going to happen next. And well, does he see this line? Because if he does see this, he probably will get a reward for not repeating the moves.
Is he going to play
Earlier.
king?
King. Okay. Can I go
Kind of
with-
had a feeling that he was maybe
what
king
was his move?
f1.
He actually. I'm sorry. This we went for some line. Okay, what was the actual position? Actually, we had queen h4. I already.
Yes, this
Yeah.
is the
Okay. King f1. But king f1 is not so effective, I guess. Oh, king f1. I would be worried to miss something like bishop d6 or some stuff like
It's
this.
not this time when Yakubov needs his minutes that he was burning earlier.
Oh, it's up to him and his coach to tell him this afterwards. Yeah, well, as we try to look
Yeah.
smart, of course, because we are here in
We're
the
having,
studio. We
yeah,
are
microphones.
enjoying ourselves. Can make moves on the board, take them back. Take a look at the engine quickly if the bar didn't go crazy. And king f1 is on the board.
This is a huge power that we're holding, because like after the games, when I have interviewed, I'm the first source for them to know the truth, because they
That's
don't
why-
have the access to the
Why Benjamin
engine.
said you are the strongest player here.
Yeah.
So you have indefinite power here, so you actually can tell the guys where did they go wrong. But king f1 doesn't look right. Well, I mean, I think that he missed queen f5, but he may have missed queen e6 actually, because it's. I would actually think. Well, I can't believe that he would have missed queen f5 itself.
It's more
But-
possible to miss queen e6.
Yeah, I mean,
there.
but it's beautiful. It's actually Yeah, well, even in, of course, off-board analysis, it's very aesthetical to find moves like this. Probably this is one of the reasons, for me at least, that I'm still around and enjoying interesting games, and really really happy to see nice motifs in the games. And Jordan, Bishop C7. Yes, this is what I wasn't sure about. Bishop C7. It's, well, or let's say is a move itself, but as I said, I was worried to blunder some bishop move. Didn't mean this one particularly, but this is a nice idea, because actually it's a kind of a double or multifunctional move. The queen takes f2 is hanging, plus he finally cuts or disturbs the coordination of white's rooks on c file, and then now seemingly forces white to take on f8. Rook takes f8, rook takes f8, and the threat on f2 is still there. 1.5 minutes for Yakuboev, and I'm sure he underestimated, if not missed, bishop c7.
Yeah, and now most like queen to f5 are not there anymore, because this bishop does a great job to shield the c file.
And now he is not happy. I'm sure he is not happy with himself. Now he has to come up with some defense. Well, either it will be rook c2 or queen e3 also looks as a possibility. Yeah, but definitely, well, also with kind of indirect help of a bar, we can see rook c2, and
but
bar
hates it.
Yep. Wow.
Oi.
Yeah. Well, some commentaries I had done before I came up with this evil bar. I recalled it to evil bar.
Evil bar, yeah, it
because
is.
it's extremely
Evil bar, like it depends how.
It's like it's very it breaks. Actually, you know, I am trying to not to use the engine mostly when I
Me
because
too.
because it's the best. But we need them to check if we are not completely off.
There is a moment when you just get so nice ideas by engine. You're like, oh wow, this is cool.
I know, no engine
No?
ideas are nice now.
No.
I don't
There's
like them.
so many like moves, like hidden ideas, and you're looking at that and like, oh wow, this is great. Oh, another game has been finished.
Okay, we predicted actually that that things got out of hand for Aravind in a game against Vincent. So he did well. I think that his double bluff with Philidor didn't work this time. We can see in the final positions that White managed to consolidate. His king finally went to different direction from e1, got to f1 to safety, and with the piece up, we can quickly go through the moves which happened after we left the guys here, and after bishop f5, rook's, yeah, king d2, bishop f5. For some moment it became a bit spicy here. After queen g5, black came up with a trick, rook takes c3. Tried to sneak out with some sacrifices. Maybe after queen takes e7, the idea was to take on d3 and try to defend this endgame with an exchange down. But Vincent didn't really trust him on this and decided to grab a bishop on f5.
Oof.
And after rook c8, just calm rook b1 move, protecting a b4 square. This is a nice one. Really, you would expect White to play some tempo move, but rook b1 is probably just very good. And yeah, Black tried to fish something in this queen h4, queen d4 maneuver, but yeah, so as I mentioned, king e2 and just going to safety decided the game. And after queen d5 and rook g4, White managed to bring in the second rook to the game, and Aravind understood that there are no chances for him to continue the fight anymore. Good game for Keimer, for sure.
Very nice game.
I think that he recovered, definitely. I think yesterday he passed through a very difficult position, defended it against Abdusatorov, and today he scored the full point. Well, hopefully we will see. I still do hope for for some Philidors, but not sure that Arvind will try that one in his next Blade game.
Well, so I kind of have a feeling that he will.
He shouldn't have told you, I think.
Disagree.
He should have told you, yeah.
Yes. So sometimes I think that they lose the feeling that there's a camera recording.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
gonna be
Well,
good.
being media friendly is very good, of course. It's a great quality,
Yeah.
guys, but don't overdo it. With
Oh no! Don't listen.
don't overdo
I
with
think my
sharing the
No,
information
no.
about your opening repertoire
No.
because it may backfire, and I think that well, either you really try to double bluff, guys. So
I think
let's-
that was the case of double bluff.
yeah, let's quickly get back to Yakuboev because I think that after queen h3 he has to move the king, and he went to e1 quickly because there was something like king e2 didn't look very good as anyway, and yeah, it's that then now he has a pleasant choice here. Oh, he has to move the bishop from c7 slightly. Now he just check something in the background, but probably when bishop takes h2, just with the continuous threats, could
Yeah,
be
and
unpleasant. But maybe there's something else. I'm looking for some direct ideas.
I was thinking to target this f2 pawn with bishop d8, bishop h4, but maybe that's too slow.
Yeah, bishop d8. Well, bishop d8 looks also quite nice because you avoid any rook c8 ideas once and almost forever. And yeah, maybe he will. Well, here, well, they still have a couple of moves
3
for the
more
time
moves
control.
to go. Yeah.
At some situations, even psychologically, it makes sense to not to rush with the moves here because your opponent is down on time, and you let him stay worried for 5-10 more minutes, yes, to kind of like
That's such a great suggestions.
yeah, well, I believe it may sound harsh to some players, but you know, this is the way how people operate, and there's nothing wrong about this, and I guess that Jordan will use his time definitely here. So let's see.
Yeah,
how
because this previous move, queen to h4, he played rather fast.
Yeah.
In that position.
It's interesting. Actually, it seems well. If you will have a chance, you definitely should ask about queen f5, queen a6. It would be hopefully,
Hopefully to whom?
Well, hopefully. Well, we will see. This is not an opening part, so definitely they can share what they blundered. No?
We'll see. We'll see how much I can get. Yeah. You guys, now we're having another tech break because we have another player joining us in the studio with the analyst of the game. So we will be back in the studio in a few seconds. We have Vincent Kemmer in the studio after winning his game against Arvind. Thank you very much for finding this time and to share your thoughts of today and such a nice win. Congratulations.
Yeah, finally a good game. Took some time. Yeah, no, I actually still felt a bit tired arriving here. This Freestyle World Championship was only 3 days, but it had a very tiring format. So, you know.
Was that King D1 today that you had in the game kind of influence of freestyle?
No, I think it was
that
just
he's
necessary.
comfortable?
I just had to do it. And yeah, actually, I was surprised that he still chose to stick with the FIDE door. You know, the funny thing is that, I mean, if you compare it to anything else like Anti-Marshall, Berlin, Petrov, whatever, of course it's a dream for White, but once you start to actually find some advantage, you will also realize that it's not really working. So, yeah, I spent way too much time checking everything and then ended up choosing what I chose.
Vincent, was this your first choice of the preparation that you thought that he's gonna play this opening, or?
I didn't know. I mean, it was, you know, if you repeat it once, there's a chance you might repeat it twice.
He did twice, and this was third time.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, we repeated it once already.
Yeah.
So it's possible to do it one more time. And of course, I was also expecting him to change. I mean, also it's clear that if I play first move before, I kind of want to get this because, you know, again, it's not bad, but I mean, if you can prepare against it, it's much nicer than the rest. So yeah, I mean, he seemed to be out of book quite early on, but he found all the right moves, like castle. You know, I was kind of hoping that it's difficult psychology to castle here as black because you kind of run into this attack, but yeah, probably also realized that it's the best move. And he also found d5, which is also the first line. And I think here EF is not supposed to be the move. I checked before the game that this is the line that engine gives, and it actually was zeros with queen c7. But again, it's so difficult to know as black that I was kind of feeling if you start thinking for bishop e7 already, the chance that you will actually make it here are quite slim. But yeah, this actually works out well for black. There's nothing wrong with it. And yeah, EF I hadn't checked at all, but you know, once he played it, I also realized it's actually a very natural move. So CD bishop d7, and now it's kind of a weird situation that I'm pawn up. I have a very nice pawn structure, but this bishop b4 is pinning me, and I have some direct questions to answer. The other line I was considering was this, but yeah, always the quick queen a5, rook f8. You know, black gets such nice counterplay that I really felt that this is a very important moment, and I believe I made a good choice by playing g5. And yeah, I should be better. You know, I'm not sure whether he should have played bishop b4. I was considering to go even like this, rook e8 and king f1.
Yeah.
But I don't know, king f1 is the wrong action, then queen c8. Yeah. So I always have to go to d1, it seems. But yeah, it's weird that I have a king in the center and actually all pieces are on the board, but somehow, you know, his king is also quite weak. So yeah, this, rook e8. Okay, I have to go king d1. Rook c8, and here I had to make a kind of big decision whether to take on e7 or to go bishop d3 immediately. I felt that this should probably be the best move, but after f6 I was not entirely sure what to do. Okay, engine says there's something good, but can I check the lines maybe?
Yeah, you can.
Here? Ah, okay, it's just going back to e3. But then it's not, I mean, I don't know, to me it wasn't so obvious that this is that good.
Yeah, to be honest, when we were analyzing this position, it was so unclear why Andrew was suggesting this f6 too.
Aha, so g5 was correct. Rook g1 also.
Yeah, everything was the first lines from both sides.
Rook c6. Yeah, this bishop f5 move was actually kind of annoying. Like here, I think it's just even worse. Yeah, he can take king b2 and rook b6. And yeah, I mean, I felt like in the least case he has a draw. It's like the best case scenario for me. So yeah, I was happy I found this queen g5, and I didn't think that this endgame was so bad, but apparently it is. Okay, engine says rook gf1. Yeah, I mean, it's a pawn, but you know, I felt like might have some activity, but probably I'll just start pushing c4, d5, and yeah, rook c3. Felt quite desperate, I have to say. I mean, also seeing that like queen e7, king c3, and queen f5 are all winning.
Yeah.
Although this, I mean, probably I must have some good follow-up because it's not so. Ah, yeah, that's nice. And rook e5, and I'm gaining that tempo on the bishop. Okay, then we can switch that guy off again. So yeah, queen f5, and I think that was, I mean, it's not enough simply. I started running. I think I could even try to go like king e3 and
King
you know
e3.
run away like that. But here, just the bishop is too strong. I mean, the only thing I had to kind of make sure is that queen c2 doesn't work because of rook g6. That was the only small
Oh
trick.
wow, that's
Because fg now I get to unpin, and king f8 I will go rook g8. Because I mean, if I have to take on c2, then rook f3 and okay, might be winning, but already from the position I had, I didn't really feel like going here. So yeah.
Yeah, we like this rook to b1 idea to control the b4 square, yeah, it seems like you had the winning position, but still had to, you know, put the pieces together,
Yeah, of course.
not
I
to
mean,
allow.
he likes to have this big fights.
Yeah.
So even though it wasn't objectively sound what he did, there is an idea behind it, and to refute it, you need to be very precise till the end. And yeah, of course, I believe once I played rook ab1, I kind of even have some options. I guess the only thing he was kind of playing for was my time, because you know I only had like 7-8 minutes left. But for that position, that still should be clearly enough.
Well, it has been done so nicely, this game, and yeah, congratulations
Thank you.
once again. If I may ask you your opinion about other games, just we'll take a few moments.
Actually,
Yeah, we can just
want to
move
check
around.
this one first. It looked crazy. I don't know. I just felt like at some moment Jordan was worse, but maybe not. Okay, he decided to play on. It's very difficult to assess. I mean, but I would be kind of worried as black also. I mean, but of course g4 is very committal.
You would be worried
As black.
as black.
Yeah, I mean, let's say, how do I get out of this position? Oh, if white gets something like g3, queen e3, and just, you know, keeps the position. But okay, they went for the craziness. King f1 is bad, apparently. No. You think we have a
Do you
chance
think-
of
do you think-
finding the right move, or you know it already?
I know the. Okay, go ahead. But clean the lines.
Okay. Because this is...
Unless you saw the line.
I mean, I saw that position when I was, like, I already had my winning position. I checked at the bottom and I saw this, and I thought, like, there should be something, because, I mean, like, rook a8, bishop h2 loses. Then also I thought, okay, king f1 is a smart move, you know, because then bishop h2, we can go queen f5, and queen h2 we can take. So, but of course, yeah, bishop c7 is an amazing move by Jordan. Okay, tricky. So, yeah, what do we even have as options? I mean, at first I thought we can go queen f5, but then queen h2, queen h1, and queen e4, I guess. Although, I mean, we get to push d5, d6. It's quite nice. So I'm not sure actually. Queen f5 maybe is nice.
It's queen f5 is but the
yeah,
other
but
line.
I think actually then it's interesting because
But here
you have to
there
play
was
queen e4.
rook
yeah?
e8 moved
Whoa.
that we were thinking of. Yeah, like
okay.
he has this, like he knows exactly what is the move. Yeah.
Okay, I have some instincts at least. Yeah.
Yeah, instincts.
Calculation is difficult, but by feeling making some moves.
You touched the queen f5, you touched queen e6. It was second.
Okay. So
there was
big chance, yeah, big chance. Also, it's, I mean, they are kind of together in the lead, right? So it's a
They're
game.
sharing the fourth places.
Okay. Oh, why is it so bad? I mean, engine is so brutal. Yeah, it's like a normal move defending against mate. What? I mean, queen e3 probably was the other option, but is it so bad? Queen h2. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think at this
That's gonna
point
be over.
they are very close to get the time.
Yeah,
as
two
well.
more moves, but it's exactly the typical stuff that Yakuboev, you know, he has to play fast, and once he gets the time, he'll be dead. So that's... I had that this situation myself. It's really annoying because, you know, he knows that if he had the time a few moves earlier, he really could have found something, but now it's...
Yeah.
Okay, so big turnaround. Oh, that's ugly. Yeah, I mean, that's also typical case of don't always trust your engine, right? Because, I mean, I know it's supposed to be a good line for black and everything, but
Yeah.
it's not so easy. And yeah, I think we will be demonstrated why it's strategically so dangerous for black. I mean, it's not over, but yeah, it's really unpleasant. Also, you know, it's really giving. Oh no. Okay. Let's see. Okay, big pressure. Not sure. Yeah, he will not enjoy this.
No?
It's not. But yeah, I mean, time situation. Okay, but only 5 moves, so I think it's fine.
5 moves to go. What is your if you can share some of your thoughts of your game, yesterday's game against another.
Okay, same as this. Yeah, I mean,
yes, that's
suffering.
what
Well, I mean,
that's what came to my mind.
It's the great thing that we played this line, and I know it, but I didn't check it before the game. And
Yeah.
what happened is that I had this line against Giri in the Grandmaster, and he played this bishop e2 move, and I went h6, which is inaccurate. So I knew, okay, h6 is the wrong move. And you know, you don't play h6, you play knight c6 first, wait for queen d3, and then play h6. That's like the way you're supposed to play. And then somehow I like talked myself into playing something else. I knew what was right and why it's right, and I still chose the wrong move. That's insane. And then yeah, I got an awful position, and you know, kind of somehow managed to survive, but it really wasn't. Well, probably even worse than this year. So yeah, not a great game.
And if we can see the game of Gukesh and Navarra, we have this position.
So much suffering.
So much sorry.
No, I mean, this is also. Yeah.
You had such a good position today. Everything else looks so bad, right?
No, I mean, I had my treatment yesterday. It's. I know how it feels, what it's like. So you have to, you know, enjoy the good positions while you can, and then build up the energy to survive the bad ones. That's, I guess, the way to go.
We noticed today that Gukesh is walking a lot, and we also had him on the camera when he was visibly sleepy.
Okay.
If you know what I mean. And what would be your way to approach these moments that if you don't had a good sleep before the game and you feel like a bit tired, how you keep yourself energized and
so you're trying
focused?
to I
Get the
should give
tips.
some advice to Gukesh how to wake up
to us.
No, I don't know. It's, I mean, I guess every chess player has been there. No, either you're sick or you're very tired, and it's just very difficult because your brain is not working as quickly and as efficiently as you're used to. And I don't know. But sleepy doesn't necessarily mean you're tired. That's the weird thing. So I'm not sure that's.
How is that?
I don't know. Sometimes you can be sleepy but not tired, no? Or not only, probably only me. But sleepy to me doesn't mean tired. It also means like I haven't fully woken up yet, or you know, I was kind of relaxing for the past time, and you know, didn't get back up to full energy levels yet or full focus.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, okay. This I guess was also some.
So you're not giving up your tip.
I have no tip. That's
you're never
I mean,
sleepy.
I am sleepy, but then you just go anyway and hope for the best. I don't know what to do. It's yeah. I mean, I will take any advice also.
Coffee works for you?
I don't drink coffee.
I see another person not drinking coffee.
Okay, I think generally amongst, especially younger generation chess players, drinking coffee or alcohol basically doesn't exist. That's very rare.
That's actually true.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, it's not so bad, but it really hurts that he had to take fg6. You know, this rook on the 7th rank now with the g7 weakness. It's very strong. But this will be a very interesting time trouble because they still have 9 moves to make, and both are very low on the clock. Parham. Yeah. Not good.
Yeah, they're suffering.
Yeah, what can we say? No, Parham, it's, you know, it's a bit different, but in some way also similar to his first game against Navarra. Again, like strategically, it feels was very dangerous. Okay, this I guess was all kind of theory, and then I was very surprised that he didn't play f5, but f5 is good. Okay, not sure. Could be, could be not.
Yeah, kind of delayed one move.
Yeah, but okay, probably not too important. I mean, this looked kind of fine for black. Yeah, you have some counterplay. It's not something went wrong, I guess. Whoa, bishop e3 is crazy. Maybe he could have used the moment to go f4, but yeah. a4. Okay, it's very difficult to, you know, evaluate those strategic decisions here because it's like very unorthodox ideas for both sides. The pawn structure is super weird, so I don't really know, but it seemed like in the end Hans got what he wanted, that's for sure. This is, you know, the most he could ask for, this endgame. Okay. Whoa.
Oh, that seemed to be...
That's very nice. That's very, very nice. Okay, that's the dream, yeah? You just have full control. I mean, wow.
Oh.
Okay, he should really win that game, you know, after playing all that stuff. He,
Oh,
like,
wow,
the
that's
past 20
beautiful.
moves have been his for sure, yeah. Yeah, and Param's having a tough tournament. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Well, thank you so much for coming to our studio and give us your thoughts and the whole process, and also to review other games. Appreciate very much. Wish you a best of the luck for the remaining games, and hopefully to see you back in the studio.
Yeah, usually means you played a good game,
Yes.
so I'm trying also, yeah.
Yes, so we're going to take a very short break now, and we'll be back shortly. And here we are back with Third Game Association, and we are going to cover now the most fun part of the day. We do have a lot of time pressures in most of the games. Which game would like to focus first?
I guess we took a look a bit on the Masters part. Maybe we could take a look also to Challengers as well.
Let's do that.
Because I believe lots of things may have happened there. And indeed, there were some games which already finished without our participation. So it's Divya against Phoenix. It seems that the final position suggests that the players didn't really find any ways how to sharpen the position, and ended up in a very let's say less adventurous draw. Herbert Ganguly, however, was a very interesting affair from the very start, but somehow it ended up in quite a boring endgame, which where the draw was agreed, and White's king on f4 did really make a good job there. And Benjamin Gladura, we did see a quick win. Probably we can quickly check Daniil Yufas converting his advantage against Eugene, which Benjamin did mention this tricky line of Greenfield. I think that it's admirable. Also, we praised Gukesh previously during today's studio, and also the same goes from me, at least, to ladies in Challengers group, because so close to candidates, both of them playing, and it's partly, I think it's an honor for our event here that they decided to pick this as a most likely a final preparation tournament, which also makes things complicated for them, because of course you don't really want to give up too much about your preparation opening wise. Also, I believe that maybe at least Eugene's choices in some games opening choices may have been influenced by this, because Greenfield, well, we don't know. We will find out soon enough if she's going to play Greenfield in candidates as well. But today she was tested in one of the important lines, and it seems that she was not so comfortable with it. And Daniil Yufa did probably guess correctly that he has to go for this and to try her knowledge here. And we can see that the attack the avalanche of white pawns went smoothly till some moment. And the black did try to come up with some indirect defenses, but rook f2, actually white has picked a way just to create a passed pawn on e6, and basically the attack with opposite colored bishops is famous for being quite dangerous. And even after an exchange of many pieces, white's pawn structure is extremely healthy and close
Looks
to
beautiful.
queening. Yeah, so you can see that basically even like exchanging many pawns doesn't really help black's position, and it seems that white king is just f6 is probably a final. Yeah, this looks like a final blow.
If you take now the rook e3, there's f7
Yes.
and f8.
Yes, it's their intermediate
Oh,
move,
wow.
and the bishop takes e6 looks like an only option for black now. After rook takes e6, white is winning with his pawn on, well, the pawn on f6 will be sufficient to convert the advantage. So Daniil Yufa is going to score a second win in a row. Yesterday, a somewhat lucky one at the final stage of the game, and we see the result in. We can go quickly check what happened in Masters, and it seems that David Anton did have a slight advantage. We felt, or I felt at least, looking at the games, and but
some people even called it torture. Have you heard
Wow,
it?
but yeah, but Vincent was under an influence of his yesterday's game, and he's
torture.
Yeah, he seemed to be very happy to finish his game earlier today, because yesterday really we did look at his game yesterday, and I understand why he would not be so optimistic about this position. But we can see that probably David didn't find the best way to prolong the torture, and he was maybe not interested enough in that, and so the game ended in a draw. Meanwhile, we can quickly take a look also at what happened in Yakuboev Van Forest game, and we see that Yakuboev looks like he's regretting his decision not to repeat moves earlier in the game. And I'm afraid that he's going to regret even more after he finds out that he had a very promising try, and he was probably close to winning this game. And well, yeah, then just is left with the technical part of the game when he now probably just will decide to push the pawn h4 and just trade it for the important e5 pawn, and he just now wants to make sure that he is not blundering anything. And we can see from Yakuboev's body language that he is not happy to be there anymore, and he really wants to get over with this part of the game. And sometimes you can see that that someone is looking forward to the finish, to the end of the game, and so making his moves quickly, not thinking, just blitzing out the moves.
Yeah, look at him, buddy.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there anymore. I can understand. That's yeah. Well, he felt. I'm sure that he felt that his position was promising, and he did something wrong. He may not know yet where exactly, but well, if not you, engines will tell him.
I think I will tell him first thing. Welcome him.
Afraid that he is not going to one joining us in the studio. So let's check also on Gukesh Navara, because things looked interesting there for a while, but they didn't make a time control yet. Are very close to it, however, but seconds, both of them on last 30. Well, Gukesh on 35 technically, because he couldn't have 30 seconds exactly, and Navara is last 20 seconds to make a decision now. Very tricky, because seemingly no move looks very good there, and c3 forcing the matters. So let's see what it's gonna make. Well, c3, yeah. Well, maybe it's not that bad actually to get rid of this to solve the pawn structure issues on the queen side. Gukesh now on 20 seconds, taking back on c3. Queen takes c3, I assume, is going to happen, and one more move to go for both of them. 1 minute for Navara and 40 seconds to decide what next for Gukesh. Something like knight d5 looks interesting, but maybe queen e1.
There's queen e1,
queen
queen e5.
Queen e5 maybe is not such a big issue, but queen takes f2 maybe as well.
Yeah,
I don't like this knight d5. Now he checked the score sheet. Now
maybe rook d1 just to make that move, not give a chance.
I think something like king h2 is gonna happen. Oh no. Rook d1. Yes, very good. Well, I said it, just the strongest here. So, rook d1 predicting world champion moves. Who can do this? Yeah, rook d1 actually looks quite natural to protect the back rank, and Navara has one move to make still, so it's always annoying when you don't have a very easy, clear move. B4 looks like a logical follow-up. He also goes back, decides to keep all his pieces protected, or most of them. Queen c6 stabilizing, also eyeing d6 pawn just in case. Well, I'm afraid that this looks like a equal position, which most likely will fizzle out in some draw. but now our players will have a chance to consider their moves more carefully because made the time control in this game at least. Let's check on Hans Niemann playing against Parham Akshudlu. They also did make a time control. The position didn't change all that much. It's still quite tricky for black. Actually now has a big problem to solve. Knight d4, a big 4 coming. So rook
How
b6.
about we take the rook f5, knight d4?
Yeah, I mean it would be. Yeah, it was luckily for Parham. He still had. It was his move, so he played rook b6. Only way how to deal with this problem, because we can show that if black would consider rook b1 to try to protect it from f1, then knight g3 is a nice alternative for knight, and then white would have won the bishop of the game.
After rook b6, you have rook coming from f6 guarding the bishop, right?
Yeah, this is the only way how black can still hold on in this position. And now Hans is gonna consider how exactly he wants to place his knight. Knight d4 looks very logical. Actually, after rook f6, then black king has only one square left to e4, and also knight g3 is also a possibility, of course, because then still after rook f6, black will have only one possibility to improve his position by going king e6. But also it's not maybe so obvious, at least to me, how white will be progressing here. Something like, well, would really like to bring my king closer.
Would be some kind of Zugzwang ideas if the knight is on d4, and we control also e4 square, right? Like to somewhere push e4.
Yeah, well, knight d4, but after knight d4, the problem is that pushing e4 may become more complicated for a while. I'm also not sure which direction I would prefer. Knight d4 looks logical and nicer. Let's say.
What about the pawn endgame? If we have all the traits of the pieces?
Well, this I'm not so optimistic about for white, because black has an idea with b5, b4 coming, and that's not what I would like to allow. Also, white can always go for pawn's endgame, so can theoretically prepare the exchange, but I guess that if it would be very obvious, then the moves would appear on the board a little bit quicker. So I think that here it's quite a big decision for white to take, but he is on a good side of a board. Of course, it seems that this is a converting part, which white wants to do perfectly, and now there is no time pressure, so he can take his time to find out how he wants to win this game, and tries to win this game.
Oh, there's a straightforward line.
Okay.
Here.
Would be something with e4.
Yes, something with
so
e4.
e4 and d takes e4, king e3.
c4 is somewhere there.
Maybe c4 first.
Yes.
Ah,
C4.
okay, that's a nice idea. Oh, this is just
and that
maybe
wins
winning
the
by
piece,
force.
yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, wow.
And I have a suspicion that he says that by the way he played knight g3, right? It seems that he did his idea, and now he's just rechecking if he's not missing anything. And yeah, that seems well. Probably black will have to go for something like this and try his luck in some end game. I don't know, after knight. Yeah, also king f4 doesn't look very promising.
You take with the rook and you take with the pawn, maybe.
Yes, that's the easiest way to treat this, exactly as you said. This is just easily winning, while moving the king on some square like d4, probably also not so great. Maybe because of the same reasons. Also, there is a very nice checkmate on d5 threatening, so this is also not really solving problem. Maybe some like b5 or I frankly don't know and it's c4 is there, if I'm not mistaken.
C4 is there, yes.
Yeah. So I'm sure that both players saw the idea. That looks that it's going to be a another very unpleasant day for Parham, because I think he got the worst position, which I mean, well, I have to say that he's probably at the moment the player who is suffering the most at this tournament, because his positions were not very promising. He mostly got either outplayed or at least in trouble, and had the very difficult positions. And I think that today, unfortunately, is no exception.
Yeah, such a difficult, and clearly there's no much for black to save this bishop, save the piece, and also there are not many many pieces to carry on the game and look for some counterplay. Shall we take a look to the game of Yakubov and Van Forest before we take our break? Because in all the games we have reached 40 moves.
Okay.
And the players usually like to spend more time, so let's just see what is happening here.
There is a threat of knight d6, knight b6. We wouldn't have thought about white threatening anything in this game anymore, but it's still there. Okay, but now he's definitely calculating queen takes e4 idea. We can show this line. He most likely is not going to go for that, but in case do this, even actually it seems that even this is completely winning. And white is in time to catch the pawns, but probably this is simply not enough. I mean, to save the game with king coming to c6 and going for p5 break. Too many. But probably there are easier ways to convert. You're went for queen g3, also a good move which protects both d6 and c7 squares. Most likely rook e3 is gonna follow, but for example, simple queen f4 probably solves the issue, because still keeping control over d6 and c7 squares and indirectly protecting the pawn on h3. I think this is what's going to happen there.
Yeah, he's gone for that.
I'm also good in guessing moves in completely winning positions.
We have a huge competition here in this room, between you and me.
Yeah, but you are leading by one world champion.
Yes. All right, guys, we're taking now our break, and as all the games have reached their time, there's no time pressure, so we'll be back after a few minutes, and obviously you don't want to miss the final part of the round 4 at the Prague Chess Festival, so don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly.
Oops, sorry.
Check-in Hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Welcome back to the live commentary of Prague Chess Festival. It's my pleasure to welcome, instead of Keti here, Pontus Carlsson, Grandmaster from Sweden, who is actually partly a Prague. We can call him a local chess player who paid us a visit and will share his views also on games we have left till at this final stage of today's round. Welcome, Pontus. I hope you're enjoying the games, and you saw some part of games which are going on in the main playing hall.
Yes. Yeah, it's very nice. Fighting chess. I like it.
Great. I know that you are so yourself a great fighter, and for you, games like this, of course, are more interesting to watch than some theoretical lines with
theoretical
pros. Yes. So we make a small recap for Masters section today because actually there are only 2 games running at the moment. We saw Vincent Keimer beating Aravind today, and Anton Gicharov's game against Abdusattorov was a draw. And also one result which we owe you is Nodirbek Yakuboev couldn't really create any chances in the final part of his game against Jordan Van Forest. We left the game somewhere around Queen F4 when Jordan took control, were C7 and D6 squares, and the game only lasted for one more move where after rook E4 Jordan pushed his pawn to H2, and now of course the promoting of H-pawn is inevitable, and Yakuboev did resign. A very interesting game, very eventful, I would say one of the most interesting games of the day, well, great win for Jordan. It's actually, he has 3 points out of 4, and he is becoming a very strong contender for overall, well, let's say at least a medal position for this tournament, and he's
leading,
doing
no?
great. He's, well, at the moment, of course, and
Navarra.
yeah, well, Navarra may have he's the only one.
No?
Yes, he's the only one who can catch up with him if he beats Gukesh. But we will move to that quite shortly. What would you say in general? You had the chance. Of course, I know that you are. I'll call you a regular guest at this event. So, what would you say about this year's lineup, organization? How do you like it?
Well, I think every year this festival gets slightly better. You know, better and better. I think. Do you remember the first year? It was not like this. I think every year it's getting better and better.
No, yeah, I'm not sure we are allowed to say that any year was not like this, but I agree that every year organizers are trying to use the experience to improve the quality of everything. Actually, I'm not sure that live commentary at the moment has improved.
But it's perfect. We don't have a contract, so we can say whatever we want.
That's very good.
so it's freedom of speech.
Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. So also, of course, there is a big part that the world champion takes part in the event, which is a great acknowledgement also for the tournament in Prague, and I think, well, hopefully next year we will have a world champion and maybe women's world champion. It's maybe something which can be improved slightly, as you said.
Yeah, of course. No, and I think it's Peter Boleslav and his team is doing a fantastic job. I think it's, and there's also more and more side events, and I just came from this business tournament, which I think is, I played it last year. I didn't play this year because I came back from a holiday in Spain. But I think it's also an excellent event, you know, where you meet people and that are also, you know, interesting business contexts. And some of them are, you know, I think this year it was 2 Grandmasters and a bunch of FIDE Master, International Masters. So it's getting stronger and stronger as well, you know. Plus that you, I mean, it's not only rookie E1 or rookie E2 that is interesting. You also have some business ideas to talk about. So I find it, I think it's developing the festival, you know, more and more angles. And I know there is a Women's Day coming up on Monday, for example, which is something new.
It's a free day.
Yeah, but they have this Women's Day that,
yeah,
like as a theme.
Yeah.
So I think it's more and more stuff coming up.
Great. Yeah, remind me to send me some business contacts you got from the event, please.
For chess lessons, yeah?
Yes.
At Chelevsky,
let's check, well, we were talking about world champion Gukesh, so let's check on his game against David Navarra, which is one of 2 remaining in Masters group. Yeah, the situation didn't change all that much. Both players, they stick to their past pawns, d6 and b5 respectively. I would say that the position is balanced here. I mean, the pawn on d6 looks more dangerous, obviously, but bishop on d7 is blocking it quite convincingly, and queen on c6 helps support the bishop, and also the pawn on b5 is well protected. True, it doesn't seem that the b5 pawn is also going very far, but how does white improve this position? Don't really see why. Now black is probably considering rook a4 at the moment, with actually unblocking the b pawn. Yeah, this looks pretty equal. Yeah, what do you say?
No, I don't think. I think David was probably a little bit worse before. I honestly didn't follow the whole game, but the position I saw, it looked like he was a little bit worse. But I think now he's getting more and more comfy. Because well, what ideas do you have here for white? It's not so easy, no?
The knight on e3 looks nice. It really is placed comfortably too, but well, I also need some good squares to jump to. And yeah, I would agree that there is a lack of some improving plan for white, and yeah, most likely white would have to accept the fact that he's not better in this position and probably settle for some eventual repetition of moves, or because any aggressive plan like f4 or something may backfire, and black is also quite solid, and I would consider, like, if you give white 3 moves, like then probably some plans like f4, knight g4, knight e5 may come to life, but well, while probably black would mate white king.
Yeah, no, I think only idea is knight g4, knight e5, something like that, but then you you leave the first rank.
Yeah, there is rook a4 also, quite a pleasant idea, which white has to consider at all times.
I think queen c1 first and then rook a4
yeah,
after.
That may also, yeah. Well, it would force white to go queen d2 or something, but it already is not the direction which white would like to take this game. I would probably expect something like queen b2 at this moment after rook a8, but yeah, generally it seems like a balanced position. I'm quite curious what happened in Hans Niemann and Parham Makshadlu's game, because we left it at some point where we saw that the white is close to winning, and it was shortly after the time control. We were really pessimistic about black's chances to survive here.
C4
and
was good.
After c4 and e4, it seemed that well, king f4 was my try, but the game went actually in a different direction.
Rook d6.
Yes, he played rook d6. Where did I find this? Yes.
So,
So it's
yeah, he
an
played
actual
rook
game is rook
d6.
d6.
And then I think the king went the wrong way.
Yeah, it seems that wise decision to go to c2, which is actually a bit more natural to me, because you just well, you know, Black's main hope seemingly is c4 pawn, or generally pawns are on queen side. So it's quite logical to try to block them and to stop them by going king c2. But apparently king e2 was much stronger here, and it would make a big problem to Parham. But yeah, king c2 allowed Black to come up with king f4, knight f5, rook d3, and after knight g7 he collected another pawn and kept collecting pawns. And now it's not so easy to proceed anymore for White. You can see that Black has some threats like rook c3 check and checking this White king, and suddenly
everything like to take on. I mean, of course, this pawn on a3 is not so important, but sometimes also rook g3 can be actual, and then go for the king. Like to take the g2 pawn, and
funnily enough, it seems like Black's main problem was his bishop, which he got rid of. Yeah, so now he can happily do whatever he needs with the rest of his pieces. So let's say
some activation.
Yeah, it's interesting because psychologically now it may be quite tricky for Hans also, because well we have a help of bar, so we can see that the position is roughly equal at the moment. But Hans,
yeah, I don't think Hans feels like this. I think he's still like thinks he is winning.
Yeah, it will be very difficult to accept this, and I know this, of course, as a player. Yeah, but we can see now.
Yeah, you can see that he's starting to realize that this is not so easy.
And yeah, he kind of yeah, he knows he misplayed it, and Parham suddenly got the chance maybe to even turn the game around completely. So we can still have a big drama here. So we, of course, will be watching this game closely. Let's quickly check the challenger section where we haven't been for a while.
It's one game left.
So there is only one game left. We will quickly check the final moves of Daniel Jufa, Zhu Jin'er's game, and actually nothing much happened there. Well, after she lost the white squared bishop, the game was decided. So second win in a row for Daniel Jufa, and he may be joining the leaders after this round. Well, slowly, of course. I think that Václav Finek is still in the lead with 3 out of 4. I think a great performance for a local player, but actually one of the most experienced ones in Challengers Group, because he's playing this event for already 3rd or 4th time, I think 3rd. And well, Stepan Herbeck, another local hope, is also doing very well with 2.5 out of 4. And we can see Daniel Jufa with 2.5 out of 4 as well. And so well, the rest of the tournament promises to be very interesting still. But let's quickly check the last game which is going on. It's Joachim Nemeth against Thomas Bertsen. Well, something's happened here. Definitely.
It's a weird position.
Yeah, very strange position, which I would feel that there is no risk for Black to lose this, because well, can't imagine any scenario where Black could even we see that there is a material imbalance with queen against the rook and the knight, but 2 pawns, actually the structure is intact. It's only Black who can think about trying to win this, but also it would require to move his pawns on king's side and open up the king's position. So practically, I would say that that it should be closer to a draw than to anything else. But of course, it will also require some accurate play from White. So it's still some safe, well, some job done from Joachim Nemeth. So
But the question there is if Black wants to do something, or he's happy with because if he does, yes, knight e5 and rook d7, rook f7. I mean, then we are going home soon.
Yeah, no, I mean, if Black
So
of course
Black,
shows
yeah,
no
Black is
intent,
the only one.
I would think that Black would try something because well, there is no risk, so
Yeah.
it's
Maybe
White
still do this and then try to go with g5.
Yeah, g5 doesn't really spoil anything, and
King
h4 occasionally can be an idea, but yeah, they have enough time. I think that this is a big candidate for the longest game of the day here, and
I think it's
we'll
nice
see
to
what
have the
happens.
knight on e5 and then take it from there, basically with g5 and king up something. And
Well,
h4.
probably with white, I would put the queen on e6 and try to control the diagonal.
Yeah.
And white has done. Oops, sorry. We went back queen d4. Probably doesn't change really much. Now black most likely will bring the knight to back to e5 quickly, and then just.
The question is how interested are they in playing on?
Well,
how are they doing in the tournament? Like,
Bertsen is on 2 out of 3, and Nemeth as well. Both of them had different roads. On Bertsen did win his first two games with black, and then suffered the loss yesterday against Bjerre, and Joachim Nemeth did also actually win his 2 black games, but in rounds 1 and 3, and lost his game against Finek in round 2. So a bit similar tournament journey for both of them so far, but I think that he will. It seems that white did offer a draw, which would be a bit strange because actually it's kind of. I would consider this like black's decision if there's going to be a draw or not.
Yeah, you can do some trick here, you know, like rook d7, hope for some king b4 and rook d4 and this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. Some self-destruction for rook d4. Yeah,
this is what you're hoping for. Yeah, like
yeah. Well, a knight is a knight, you know. So it's
you never know.
Tricky
You never
animals.
know.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, probably that's why my first instinct would be to do something like this, just to go in the opposite direction. Probably one of the moves which wouldn't spoil much, because actually after rook d7, white black has an additional threat of rook d3. I mean, idea, not a threat. Maybe rook d3, rook g3, and maybe some pawn race later on. But I guess that white is not going to be interested in any line like this, and rather would go for king a2 or something similar. So this is a position which doesn't look like something very interesting is going to happen here for quite some time. So I think that we can easily move back to master section and see how Gukesh treated the position. Well, he went for rook d1, and black went back with the rook to e8. Didn't probably they did repeat moves, right? Oh yeah, this looks like a silent draw offer from Navarra, and which is declined by going queen d2. White would like to carry on.
Trying to prepare rook c1 and rook c7, and this can try that angle.
Well, we can understand Gukesh because his tournament so far is not something to write home about. He has lost one of his games and drew 2. Navarra, on the other side, can be quite happy with his performance so far, with win in the first round against Parham Akshadlo and 2 solid draws. So I guess that a draw with black against Gukesh would be quite a good addition to his tournament score. But of course, to achieve this, he will have to solve the rook c1 threat. I think rook e6 may be doing a trick.
Yeah.
Rook c1, rook c7 idea would be quite annoying probably, and not something I would like to allow. And rook c8. Obviously.
Rook
It's
c8,
also
I was
quite
just thinking
logical.
about rook c8 as well.
C8 is also
Yes,
quite
just
logical,
to-
of course, as a possibility.
But
And
no.
maybe asking a question: how much is Gukesh going to try to push his luck here? Also, another option which comes to mind is rook e5.
Yeah, and rook c1, rook
Bringing,
c5.
yes, to parry rook c1 with rook c5. Maybe this as well can be interesting. But the only problem with this is that Black will have to calculate the consequences of this, because going to an endgame may not be so great. So, well, we can leave. I think we can leave David to check his options here and check on Hans Niemann, who is still thinking, how could this happen? How
Yeah.
could this get so much out of hand?
And now he's getting a bit low on time.
Yeah, well, 10 minutes is still somehow for you.
For me, it's a long game.
Famous time travel specialist. I guess that this is still like a whole time control ahead of you.
Yeah,
but
of course.
yeah, I mean,
It's
generally,
a full rapid game.
yeah. Well, we have to consider also that the players should be already a bit tired, and it was a tense game, and with turnarounds especially, they are emotionally very difficult, and so I would say that. I would maybe already rather be Black here in this position, because this looks already a bit more promising for Parham, and but maybe more from psychological point of view that the game did change its course, and
yeah, I think he's quite happy with the development, because
For sure.
I think when I saw this position of the c4,
Yep.
I honestly didn't look very carefully, so I thought it was no, this is not going to be many more moves in this game.
I have to be honest. We did write off Parham after c4, and we really thought that the game is about to finish quite shortly. But well done for him. He did find the best chance, and yeah. Well, now he may get a reward for this, and we can see that Hans is visibly upset with this, and yeah, there are stages of the game when you already think maybe I have to be careful and not to push too hard, and maybe already settle for some drawish continuation, which I have to find obviously as well.
Yeah, what is that? Well, what moves are he?
Yeah, that's a big advantage of being a commentator.
Yeah, what
you
moves?
You don't have to come up with with particular lines. You just generally say, "Oh well, he will have to find a draw."
Looks interesting. Looks a bit drawish, equal.
Yeah, this can be a draw, maybe.
unclear sometimes as well. Yeah, no, but I mean, he's trying to find a way to get the h7 pawn, but it's then I would expect that it's always some g2 pawn that is going, so like knight f6. What? Okay,
rook g3, rook g3, yeah, rook g3.
And then what does it need to do? Rook h2.
Well, let's consider knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6 must be the critical move.
Looks so, yeah. Sure. Should we
Then,
give a check or not? Should probably give a check. That may not.
Yeah, king b2.
King d2 creates a nice threat of rook d5 mate, but probably
you check again.
Yeah, check again, and now. Oh. And now, well, I would try to be smart and say that this was a line I was talking about. Yeah.
And then king e2, like. What do you keep checking, or no? What your take on?
Yeah, we promised to come back to this game as soon as Hans will make up his mind. Meanwhile, rook e6, knight c2 happened in Gukesh Navara game. He seemed to find a different way to try to improve his knight. And now the game, I would say that it didn't really change the position much, but it's a good idea to change the setup a bit, because even if you don't feel like that you have a direct idea, you just try different setup, go around and maybe try to a little bit unsettle your opponent with different ideas. And the knight from b4 obviously has different squares than from e3. Objectively, it may not change the evaluation so much, but it can be unpleasant. I mean, it's maybe more of a psychological way to follow up this game.
Yeah, I think it's just trying, testing, yeah? New ideas all the time, trying to somehow make David blunder.
Oops, we jumped wrong. Knight, Queen c4.
Yeah. But I think David is highly motivated also. Like, okay, of course, he's always he enjoys to play chess, but it's also when you are leading the tournament, I think you fight like 5% more than usual, no?
Oh, but David, I know him for quite some time already, of course, and he's always. I think that his fighting spirit is something which younger players can still learn from, because he always is up for a fight, or at least to continue the game. It's a quality which is very good, and he definitely won many games just because he was patient enough and created problems to his opponents even in situations where it seemed there are none. Personal experience, unfortunately. So, it's one of the most admirable qualities, and he's patient. He now again asks Gukesh a question. Well, okay, you brought your knight to c2, go queen c4, rook e2 is a threat. Would you probably consider going back with your knight to e3, please?
Yeah.
So.
But the funny thing with this is that it's not really clear who is actually trying here. It might be both.
No, I think that David his understanding is that he may use a psychological situation in this game in his advantage, and if Gukesh pushes too hard, that it may give him a chance to score more than half of a point in this game. So knight e3. Knight e3 would be, well, I still think that the position is around equal. He just leaves it to a world champion to call it a day if he wants to. So if he goes knight e3, then just
but it's not much going on since we went into commentary.
Oh, it's your fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I guess it's usual with the final parts of the game, because players got an extra half an hour. The positions after the time control are not always as tempting and entertaining as they were before the time control. It's a usual thing. We can quickly check on Niman Makshudlu.
Yeah, Hans must have moved now.
Yeah, I think that they actually are going for the line which we expected.
Yeah.
And now it seems that we are going towards a repetition.
The speed of the moves.
It seems that from
he probably has realized it now.
From Hans's body language, it looks like a drawish outcome. Yeah, he went back.
Yeah.
Now we will check Parham Makshudlu's draw offering skills, and they are perfect. So there was no need to claim a draw, and he just repeated moves, and I think both players. Well, Nivan is already towards the end of the game. He is maybe a happier one too.
Yeah, I think now maybe they're talking about this king e2. It looks like this.
It seems like maybe discussing why he didn't go, and we will get back to the final stages of today's game after the short break. Thank you very much, Pontus, for coming. It was a great pleasure to have you. I hope that we'll meet again at the commentary room someday.
Yeah, exactly. And at the board, no, not anymore.
No, thanks.
Exactly, no thanks.
Have a nice evening.
But you play, much more than me.
No.
So it's hard now.
And here we are back. This is the very last part of the round 4 at Prague Chess Festival. And we have David Navara on the black side, and we have Gukesh Domaraju on the white side. But this is not on the last game in progress. We have also one more game in the challengers. Let's keep up from where we left. If we have some changes, if we have some more moves.
We definitely do have some changes because for some time players were maneuvering, trying to improve their. Well, mostly Gukesh was on that side because David was keeping his stability, his position, and Gukesh did decide that there is a time to change the situation dramatically by exchanging the queens, and now we see the position where. Also, the time melted down a bit, so for both players they are under 5 minutes. Gukesh is on 4 minutes, and David is under 3 minutes, which, of course, can be a very unpleasant thing in any position. On the other hand, with queens off the board, it's a little bit easier for sure to play. But psychologically, it may not be so because you are kind of used to the position for a long time, and then things change, and we can see that David looks a little bit worried.
Yeah, he doesn't like when you have short time on the clock. Who does? But it's still him because knight is always very tricky, right? In the end game. Is it a good idea for David to somehow bring the king in the game, something like g5 or king g6, or will this step into some traps?
No, I would assume that g5, king g6 is exactly the way how I should proceed here, because you cannot really avoid bringing the king to the game, because well, then white would have an extra piece. Well, white king is still also to appear in the center, but of course basic endgame knowledge says that you need your king in the endgame. And also, the bishop on d7 haven't moved for a while already, and is at the moment serves only purpose to block the d6 pawn. So then it leaves black with only rook movable to any place. So he decided for something else.
He decided to bring king from that side without pushing the pawn forward. But yeah, basically he wants to bring the king.
Similar idea. And you can see that Gukesh instantly brings the knight to c3, king f7. Now players do make a couple of quick moves in order also to gain time. Now Gukesh
and what is the move?
I would consider f3 and knight
f3, knight e4,
yes,
right?
because f3, well, f3, rook e3, knight e4 may be an interesting idea, and yeah, well, not surprisingly. Also, king f2 becomes an option if black doesn't go rook e3 at the moment, then king f2 is going to be fun. Still a bit tricky for black. Maybe equal, but still unpleasant, and I think it was quite smart from Gukesh to wait a bit with major pieces on the board, like try to maneuver and try to get some preferable version of this endgame. And also for David is, I mean, of course he is still pretty young, but of course in terms of today's chess becomes already maybe one of the older participants in such an event. It's a bit difficult to play. He was under pressure, I think, for most of the games. So now, but on the other hand, I have to say that David has excellent endgame skills. He's one of the best players I know in endgames, particularly rook endgames. Still a way to go there, but
yeah, king e8. I was thinking if black has this one extra tempo here and managed to bring the king on e8 and then bishop on c6 to control the knight perfectly well, but that's not possible. That's not illegal. And now after knight e4,
bishop c6, I think that's an
still
idea.
possible.
Yeah, I
and after knight c5,
rook e5. I think that's an idea. We can show the possible line, because d7 looks threatening, but after king d8, black would block the pawn with the king, using the king finally, and now suddenly white knight is under attack, has no squares like b7 or e6 to help the pawn to promote. So white has to be careful as well, in order not to end up in trouble, and maybe that's why he probably can opt for. Well, white has an option of exchanging these pawns, c4 for d6, but I guess that this is not what Gukesh would like to do, simplifying the position. But actually, black's plan is pretty straightforward here. Bishop c6, king d7. Not sure if he can somehow prevent it, and he has little less than 3 minutes to come up with any kind of improvement here, but I would believe that we are still heading for he tried his best, but still should be enough for black to hold on here.
Another way can be king f2, knight e2, knight f4, not with a direct traits.
Yeah, well, king f2 was played, and now most likely bishop c6. Indeed, bishop c6 is on the board, and now okay, now is one of the last chances for white to to reconsider if he really wants to go for knight e2 and try to trade this. Yeah, d4.
Goes rook d4,
like
yeah.
d4, king d7 is most likely something which will bring us to complete equality. And despite all the
there was a really nice find from David. He was very confident to bring the king at the right path, because like the first impression might be to activate the king with g5 and king to g6, but yeah, he had to stop this one.
Okay. Okay. White's idea is to try to force black to take on e4, which is going to happen, and then to try to squeeze something out from the endgame arising after bishop takes f4 and f takes e4, where still symbolically white is better, but frankly speaking, I've seen David holding.
Can we do with c3 here? Is that possibility?
Yeah, c3, but it's just delaying the fact that I think c3, rook c4.
And then c2.
Maybe king takes d6 you can do as well.
Yeah.
And king e3, protecting the pawn and then taking it back, but doesn't change the evaluation, the position. I think this should be a draw anyway, but well, we can say that Gukesh is really trying his best. My personal experience is that it's extremely difficult to bid or to hold a worse rook's endgame against David, but of course white is allowed to try whatever here. It's quite safe. Also, white can never lose this. So it's just up to black to pick the right version of rook's endgame, or the one he prefers to play. And this is most likely what David is doing now, just trying to find a...
And he has to make his move rather fast, because he's down to 50 seconds now. Sometimes, once in a while, some players just forgetting about the clock.
Well, let's
going
hope
deep
let's hope
into the line.
It's
never been there, but I've seen others.
Yeah, well, it's.
40 seconds.
I mean, I think that he has a very good control of time, and now he had a quick pick at the clock and went for c3. We'll get the version we actually suggested after rook c4, king takes d6, and king e3.
And we have rook to c4. what if I just keep my pieces on the 6th rank, like let's say king e6, rook to a6, and just move like that?
That should be
fine.
more or less the way how to treat this endgame, because I'm not sure that well, only rook c7 may become an issue at some point, but then black would keep giving checks and doing something like king e5. So I believe that the resources for white to win this game are very limited, and will require some blunder or huge mistake from David. And frankly, I'm not really. I don't believe this too much, because he is really a very good endgame player. Okay, I decided to push g5 as well, which shouldn't change much on structure-wise. Not sure it was completely necessary, but well, maybe he feels that the pawn on g5 would be slightly better, but probably to take control over an f4 square, not to allow king f4 ideas. But okay, king e3, logical, bringing the king. I think king e6 is gonna. Oh, maybe he was worried that king e6, rook c7 would be a problem. So maybe that's why he wants to put his pawns on a safer squares. Maybe g6 now. And then to use the defense you suggested with pawns on pieces on 6th rank.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, he now changed his mind and went king e6, rook c7, rook c7. Wow, just excellent skills. Huh?
Yeah, thanks. I really surprised you today. Let's not talk about that.
Good in everything, yes. I'm so lucky to witness this. Yes. And a rook c5, cheapo check, so-called rook c5, and obviously now black is not gonna allow e5 check. Something like rook a6 is gonna happen. And I'm not sure how to proceed with white here, but I will leave it to a world champion to show if there are any tricks left in these positions. Frankly, not aware of any, but
yeah, 2 less pieces.
sometimes it's very difficult to admit that, okay, you tried your best, but still was not enough to get desired result. And frankly, we can say that Gukesh was close to win at any moment of this game. I would say that it was an excellent job from David Navarra, holding with black against one of the best players in the world at the moment. So yeah, I think that we will see the game going on for a while. But now black already is kind of threatening with rook b3 ideas, and I believe we are watching the very final stages of the game. Where
yeah, you can't also risk them that much here. You don't have much with white to play on. The pawn is blocked. There's no check on the 6th rank. If you attack my pawn on g7, I have king there to guard. I was trying to sneak king g4, king h5.
yeah, probably just trying to press on the clock a little, but is he going to go king g4 after rook b3 and rook e3 and rook a4, trying to lure David into some and he's accepting the invitation. King g4. Well, in the case of king g4, I think that black can go g6. Yeah, it's just maybe creating some possibly some mating threats in the future. I would expect king f2 and or king e2, admitting that okay, I did try, you didn't really react to that, and seems that.
Can we also play after king g4 here, rook e3?
Yeah, that was, well, then maybe it gives white some unnecessary ideas of, but he does go for king g4.
Goes king
Okay.
g4.
Well, it's not like that white is risking really much, even after g6. He can give rook a6 check, and after king f7, just maybe do
Give
e5.
again, check.
Yeah. I mean, well, risk of losing here for white is also very low, if not zero. But
there will be also a possibility after g6 to force the matters and play h5 and give up the g5 pawn and get g2 pawn. And
that's one of the ways how to treat this. Of course, the only problem, but it's not a very major one. I think it's that David is low on time, so he's under 1 minute to make this decision. On the other hand, it seems like not the most difficult decision to make here, and g6 is for sure not the only way to a draw here, but to me it looks like the easiest and the most comfortable one. But David doesn't agree. He goes rook b4, asking Gukesh if he wants to go all in with king h5, sacrificing a pawn on e4 and trying to get
yeah, but also I think after king h5, Gukesh still has this king f6, king f7 resources to stop king getting on g6, right?
That's also possible, but I even believe that after king h5, rook takes e4, king g6. Some ideas like, he does go for it. Well, interesting. He doesn't want to give up his feelings that he is better or he was better in the game. But still, says that after king g6, white is gonna keep, black is gonna keep hitting the pawns, like maybe rook e2 should be a draw as well. Again, well, even moves like g4 may lead to a draw. I would believe so, but rook e2, yeah, rook e2. Rook e2
good enough.
Rook e2 should be good enough, yeah, exactly. And rook e2 is on the board because black doesn't want any trouble, any calculation anymore. He is not interested in any complications here.
Oh, the game in the challengers has been ended. Is that a
Take
draw?
a quick pick there, just to find out the result, and it's a draw, which is I would say that considering the final position is already a good result for white, who was maybe better after the opening, but then got in trouble a bit. So draw which keeps both players in the race for the tournament win. And we get back to Navara and Gukesh, and now we are really watching. Don't have to be a big expert on endgames to see that this game is heading towards a draw, and as this game can only be won in Title Tuesday, I think this is the draw, rook h5, and after an exchange, truly a draw, and a great defense from David, great also effort from Gukesh.
Yeah.
I think we have one of the most interesting games finished after a long fight, and this is a great invitation for the next rounds of this tournament, because if we will see more games like this, then we're definitely very happy. Home fans can go also happily home now after fun, and David looks very well. Considering a tough defense, he
looks very happy, right?
He's, not sure if can be described as very happy, but he's content for sure.
Yeah.
It was such a good result, and definitely, a good result against the world champion, and it's always good.
Well, here we have the results of the round 4. We do have 2 decisive results, and we have Jordan Van Forest, one of the leaders, out of 4 players, winning his game with black pieces against Jakubov Nodrbag. Then we had draw against between David Anton and Nodrbag up to Satrov. The game that we were looking at was Gukesh Tomoraju against David Navara, that ended in a draw. Vincent Kemar won his beautiful game against Arvin, and the final matchup was Hans Niemann against Parham Maksodlu. All very interesting games, exciting games, and we were lucky to see it all in action. So after round 4, we have following standings. Jordan Van Forest is a sole leader with 3 points, followed by David Navara and Nodrbek up to Saturov with a 2.5 points. There are some players that have to still score the points, and this is Gukesh. He has not won the game yet, as well as Parham Maksodlu. Hans Niemann and Aravin has also 1.5 point. We are reaching the middle point of the tournament. Tomorrow will be another round 5, and after that the players will have a day off. Coming to the challengers, we have Divya draw against Finek. Finek was the sole leader in the round 4. Also, 2 more draws on the next boards. Namaz against Bertson and Herbeck against Ganguly. Seems like the king on a 4 has survived in that position. Daniel Hufa played amazingly in the end game and won against Jujiner, and Gladura Benjamin we had here in the studio. He did a perfect homework yesterday at home and got his opponent in the opening by the trap. You guys, you have here we have the standings of the challengers. We have Finek keeping leader's position, but now we have more people following him. Herbeck, Bertson, Yufa, and Nemes are very close. Some players have still to score their points. Eugenia and Ganguly are at their 1 point, and hopefully they can show their best in the upcoming rounds. For our viewers, we can remind once again that we do have voting in every round. If you liked any of these games, you can go ahead and vote for your favorite game. That is happening on Practice Festival website, and you can just vote there, and tomorrow before the round the player will be awarded by a special prize. We had a lot of fun, hopefully, today in the studio. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio, Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. The best rated 2751, the rating pick. And hopefully we will see you back in the studio one more time. Any wrap up of a round before I call today?
Thanks for the invitation. It was an enjoyable day for me. Hopefully viewers and you guys all had fun today as well. And well, I think that the race for a tournament win in both tournaments is heating up, and well, we have seen perfect preparations, some mistakes as well, and a great fight so far. So we can hope for some more in the incoming days, and yeah, hopefully we see us soon enough.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. And now, guys, as we are calling today, you can see the interview of Van Forest after winning his game against Jakubov and becoming the sole leader after round 4. We have Jordan Van Forest with us in the studio. He won his game against Jakubov, crazy game. Congratulations, first of all, and please tell us, how does it feel right after that much of the madness that you had on the board?
Yeah, thank you. It was extremely unexpected. I wasn't playing for a win at all today. I decided to be solid from the opening, and I didn't really like my position. Then he went for some complications, which I thought was even unnecessary. He had a risk-free position, and then yeah, there was just one critical moment where he made, I think, maybe immediately decisive error. So if he goes for the right move there, probably much worse. But yeah, I think it was really just a bit of luck today, and I don't know. Yeah, I didn't expect it for sure.
How does that felt that you repeated twice the position, and he was taking so much time? He dropped the time down to 18 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, and then he made a move. Is that unpleasant situation when you already were good to accept a draw, or it doesn't really matter?
Yeah, of course I didn't mind a draw at all. And when he was thinking so long, I thought probably he's just gonna make a threefold because he's running low on time. On the other hand, his position is quite safe. There's really not too much that can go wrong in general, if you play safe with white. So I wasn't so surprised when he played on, but of course, I was kind of hoping he would make a threefold and I'd just get an easy day. But then when he made a move, I mean, it wasn't such a big deal either. I just have to play the game, and for me, I knew the position was fine because I just knew the whole line. A4 was the first move I didn't know, and so I thought at least my position is all right. I have a lot of time to think, and but yeah, I mean, I also understand that he wanted to play on. You don't want to make a quick draw with the white pieces. So even though he was running short on time, I wasn't super surprised.
Mm-hmm. Shall we take a game now and go through to some key moments?
Yeah,
if you can share your thoughts.
I was kind of interested if I can make this move knight e5. I knew this kind of thing was possible, but during the game I thought he will take, I'll take, and he will jump with the knight here. It looks really, really scary. Also, I didn't go for it, but it was still some interesting line. I saw bishop d6, and now he can actually win my queen. Maybe I'm missing something super obvious. I'm looking stupid now, but I thought a4, queen c4, queen d1. My queen is trapped, but I can go b5. Just giving up a full queen. It looks a bit crazy, but okay, I'm attacking the knight. And he goes here, and let's say I take, and I just push c3. I was wondering if this is okay for black. Maybe it's not at all, but the thing is I get rooks to the c file, so if we make some moves like this, and my rook, and white has to be super passive, and I can kind of chill like this. But of course I was worried I'm blundering something trivial. Also here white has rook b1, and everything looks really scary. So I went for knight b4, and then we had this threefold, and I don't know, maybe here I don't have to go rook a8, but yeah, I didn't really see what else also to do. But I thought here he had some pressure for sure. I was also looking at some queen sacrifices here. Actually, probably it's not so good, but I was looking at rook fc8, takes f5, knight f8. So for the queen I have here rook, bishop, and pawn, but it's probably better for white, I thought, so I didn't go for it. So I mean, I wasn't sure about knight f3 at all, and then here just g4 was super shocking to me because he has no risk. He's extremely active. Okay, I have an extra pawn, but it doesn't matter. The only good thing is whenever he takes, I can exchange some pieces. But for example, if he goes queen g4, just to stop my queen from getting active, it's, I don't know, maybe it's not too bad, but I felt under pressure for sure. Then here things got kind of crazy, and probably my move queen h4 was not good. But to be honest, I kind of saw queen f5, but I made another kind of simple miscalculation, and I thought takes, check, and I only saw king e2 here, but he can go to e1. If he goes here, I give a check, and now if he blocks, it looks very crazy, but I have queen takes g4. But of course he can go here, and now yeah, nothing works for me here, so I probably have to exchange the queens like this. And I saw this position. I actually missed also he can take on a8 with the rook. I thought he has to take here, which is better for me, but he takes here. And I don't know, maybe this is not correct, but if it is kind of unpleasant endgame for black, and I don't know, maybe I would just lose it, but he went king f1 instead, and I think maybe he blundered bishop c7, and things are looking really complicated, but now it's actually me who's getting to the king first instead of him getting to my king, and yeah, I'm like blocking the connection between the rooks, so he has to go like all passive here, and yeah, I think tactics just work out for me here.
Yeah, instead of queen h4, were there any other moves that you were considering?
Or better moves. But I was looking at bishop takes h2, of course. But to be honest, I didn't know what to do after king f1. And I just got attracted to this queen h4, like I missed this whole king e1 move. So I can also just make some like h5 move. Like there's many moves not to do anything crazy, because of course I also saw this kind of thing, and maybe queen f5 or something, I don't know. But yeah, there's no reason to go crazy with queen h4, but I also wanted to play for mate, so I got ambitious here. And then when he started thinking, I was like, oh, actually maybe queen f5 is just really good for him, so yeah.
Yeah, it looked really
maybe actually
complicated.
What I should do is just take and I'll play h5 or something. Because if he takes, I have queen h4 with no problem, so yeah.
Well, it worked out well for you, right?
A bit of luck for sure, yeah.
So coming to this round, it was 4-way tie. Now you have already advanced, and Abdusattorov has made a draw. Navara is still playing right now when we are recording this interview. You might be the sole leader going to the next round. No pressure, but how does that feel?
Yeah, it's good for sure. But like I said, today I felt like it was kind of lucky. Maybe I didn't play so bad, but of course, like he had many ways to like not give me any chance, and then probably if he goes for this queen f5, I just might lose the game. So it sometimes just comes down to these key details, and I feel like lately I've been having a lot of things go my way. About how I feel, yeah, of course I feel good, but you know, only 4 rounds have passed, and it's really too early to think about anything. I don't know. Tomorrow I have a tough game against Hans, and you know, every game here is super difficult. So at least I'm kind of happy, you know, I'm playing some fighting chess, which is fun.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for the insights. And last time when I told you hope to see you back in our studio, here we are next day. So I wish the same to you to visit us tomorrow, maybe in our studio.
Sure. See you.